Leo Dukes, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome back. How's it going, brother? All right, so we're going to give it about 15 minutes here, and we're going to get testing started. Let some people show up. Dean Krieger, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Doc, what's up? How you doing, Zen? Well, brother, I've been at work all week, man. I have been at work. Like, trust me, like staying home for like 8 days, streaming and doing whatever I felt like absolutely ruined me as a human being for a while. Like, this whole week at work is just like, I was so happy just being at home and not having any expectations. All right. Okay, so we got a 191. We'll count that. Okay, so we got that written down. But yeah, hopefully you guys are doing good, man. Y'all hit that like button for me real quick. If you'd be so kind, I'd greatly appreciate it. Sorry, just had to adjust that a hair. But yeah, what you guys had going on for the last week? What you guys been doing without me here? I know you had to have found some other sort of uncool guys that were doing live streams. You have to have. Nothing, you guys? Nothing? Nice, Dean, nice. Why won't my glasses get clean? This is starting to piss me off. Yeah, I did get some new tooling, so making beads in the garage just got a ton easier. A ton easier. My God. BTM 1666. Yeah, your mind's being blown right now, isn't it? We just now turned the stream on, dog. We got about 10 minutes here, and we're going to start playing with this thing. I'm glad you commented, though. Still waiting on people to make it in the door. Yeah, but no, what you walked into is we do edge retention testing on my knives for review. We're going to be doing edge retention testing on this. So if you want to hang out and watch that, it's kind of interesting. Duck, go get yourself a vape, man. I ain't going to stop you. I ain't going to stop you at all, dude. But yeah, let some of my guys get in here, and we're going to get this rolling at 2:45 my time. But yeah, let's see. Now, when I say I got some beads, I've still been busy. Oh. Y'all want to see something? You know how on the last stream we were talking about making beads out of cardboard? Jerry, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? Check it out. That's some cardboard right there. We got another cardboard with a way better pattern. And of course, we got the cardboard in the green. That glows in the dark. Spew. I've heard of the spew, but I cannot for the life of me remember what the hell it is right now. For the life of me, I cannot remember what the hell the spew is. Jim Cox, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, dude, the cardboard was real hard to find, man. I don't get much cardboard this way. TSG Sakuna, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, like it's CRKT. Like I said, I've seen the spew, but it's been a long damn time. Get a load of this. But yeah, I got my new wood turning tools in, and they have made life so damn much easier. So much easier, guys. I will tell you right now, the pain of using a cheap tool lingers long after the joy of saving money has expired. And we just got this one done too. Oh, yeah. Sakuna, it is not a lollipop. These are lanyard beads that I'm making for Blade Show. They are for this right here, which another alien egg right here. We got one that I did with some white sage just playing around. Yeah, keychain for knives, a little bit of pocket bling. A little bit of pocket bling, you know, something to just kind of show off. I like having them on my knives. That being said, it's kind of pointless because I'll be carrying a knife for a week and then it's gone. And then I won't have it anymore, or it'll be put in storage. Now, let's see. Yeah. Dean, you are a good man. Hopefully you are enjoying yourself right now. This is upside down, but we got a ghost egg right here. This guy glows in the dark as well. That being said, I don't have enough darkness in here to make it glow properly. I said, I've been busy. I've been busy off camera, getting stuff turned down and getting ready for Blade Show. Like I said, I want to have plenty of stuff to hand out to people. You know, but like I said, like, if you're going to play around with stuff like this, buy good tools. They're not quite snakeskin. They are sweet gum tree seed pods in resin. Like the ghost egg. The ghost egg and the alien egg right here. Those are the seed pods from a sweet gum tree in resin. Rafe, what's up? Yeah, it's Mini Bedlam. Dean, you're right. You're right. I need to get an amber color on my resin and put that in an alien egg. You are right. That would be nice. Sakuna, I don't have a karambit. I don't have a karambit, and this wouldn't work that well with a karambit to begin with. But yeah, we're about to start doing edge retention testing in about 4 minutes on the Mini Bedlam right here. We're giving it about 4 more minutes for people to show up, and we're going to be doing edge retention testing. I started a bit earlier than normal. Holy duck, what the hell's a spoon? I've never heard of a spoon. Everyone loves karambits, and I get asked about them a lot. At some point, I'm going to, that's going to bother me. I'm going to start messing with karambits and stuff like that, fixed blades and all that. Huh. You use a spoon to eat? What the hell? Was this a communist daycare center? What the hell even is a spoon? But yeah. Call Meal, what's up? How you doing? Garrett, what's up? Garrett Story. Yeah. You know what? If I get my hands on a spoon, I'm going to have to see if I can eat with it. I got to know now. Elise, what's up? How you doing? Well, we got 2 minutes here, and we're gonna get this thing kicked off. Garrett, not too much, man, not too much. Well, mostly I've been using forks, and I've been folding up napkins kind of weird. I know, Garrett, this is the first time I'm hearing about them. Like, I've been having to fold up a napkin all weird and use that, man. Soup took for fucking ever. Man, cereal too. You could eat cereal with bread. Yeah, that I can see that. All right. One more shot off of this. Jerry coming in with the sock game early. Thank you for that, my brother. Jerry's like, I done seen your feet too much already. There's one sock. You, Corey, what's going on? Yeah, I can't marmalade my dick in your mom. All right. So let's see how long this S90V holds up. Yeah, now that we know what spoons are, we're all going to have to try those out tonight. You know, I bought some ice cream, and trying to eat that with a folded up napkin, like, it melts too fast. You know, it's like I've been having to wait till it's like 14 degrees outside to eat ice cream so I can go out on the porch and it doesn't melt before the folded up napkin can get it all scooped up. I'm gonna tell you right now, the ergonomics on this feel great, and this blade shape is great for what we're doing. I don't, Jerry, like, I'm just finding out about spoons. Like, I am just finding out what spoons are. So trust me, y'all are learning with me. Yeah, that sounds like something that might be a game changer. I think this is going to be a... I'm definitely going to wear safety glasses the first time I use a spoon. 1977, what's up, brother? How you doing? I wonder if you have to use an N95 mask while you're using a spoon. Does anybody know? Yeah, 77. We got the mini Bedlam right here. Probably. Okay, so I'm going to get safety glasses, and I'm going to get an N95 mask just to be safe the first time I use a spoon. Man, that is weird stuff. And you know what? This might be one we don't have to sharpen an hour in. Well, we're gonna have to be real careful when we start using these spoon things. Well, the biggest folding knife I have right now is the Cold Steel Mayhem, but you guys have seen that about 500,000 times by now. And we're working on this guy at the moment. Brando, what's up? Yeah, we're trying to figure out what the hell a spoon is. I've never heard of these things before, so I'm gonna see if I can find one on Amazon, or maybe go to the... I guess they have stores for spoons. They sound kind of specialty. Gotcha, Brando. Well, we are back in on more S90V right here, so we're gonna see how this holds up. Okay, Walmart sells spoons. That's good to know. That's good to know. I know, Sakura, we're learning shit. We're learning shit today. I believe my fat PP is 8CR13. Dan Stan EDC, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. It's going good today, man. I done spent some time in the shop making stuff, and now we are playing around with some S90V, seeing how long the edge can hold up to this. So we got the Benchmade mini Bedlam here. Well, Brando, I don't think they're fat pee-pee fakes. They just look kind of like one. Yeah, at least 10 more cardboard. It'll be at least 10 more cardboard. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we do this once a week. I don't know if you've been here before, Dan Stan. You might have been and I've forgotten. But we do this every week. You know, I just got a real early start because this is S90V and I don't know how long it's going to take. The last S90V we didn't hold on to an edge as long as I expected, but I'm clearing extra time to make sure. Yeah, if one of y'all finds a spoon, I might have to borrow it before I take the plunge and spend money on one in case I don't like it. Hello, 1977, alive and kicking's daughter. I hope you are doing well. I will try to watch my language a bit. Ooh, nice. I tend to reprofile things down to 17 degrees, but you're talking budget steels, so 15 might be a bit of a push. Arthur, what's up? How you doing, man? Everybody hit that like button for me real quick. Let's see if we can reach 100 before 7 hours elapses. Let's see if we can hit 100 likes before we go through 7 hours of this. Well, Garrett, I don't even know what a spoon is. We're still trying to figure that out, boo-boo. Ah, Dan Stan, we're all hearing about spoons for the first time, so we're trying to figure out what they are. You know, this whole time I've been trying to eat my ice cream with a folded up napkin, which ain't been working so good. So we're thinking they might be a game changer. You know, trying to eat soup with a folded up napkin has also been a bit of a challenge. So I think we've narrowed down where we can buy them. Walmart apparently sells them. Oh snap, Brando knows what spoon. Brando's ahead of the curve here. Yeah, it's slicing real good, man. It's slicing really, really good. I've got the feeling we're probably not going to have to sharpen this an hour in, which would be a welcome change of pace on our super steels. Maybe spoons is how the Egyptians built the pyramids. We don't know. They built the pyramids with spoons. Yo-ho! Jerry coming through with the zingers. I'll tell you right now, like, yeah, we're not doing a spoon right now, Garrett. We'll save that for a special occasion. But D2 has been my kind of go-to, and it's been better than some of these super steels I've tested. But the last, I think 3 or 4 out of the last 5 or 6 knives I've done in D2 have been absolute donkeys. The D2 has been garbage on them, which sucks. Like, one of them was a QSP Penguin in D2, and that edge was worse than 3CR13 for retention, and it couldn't be sharpened. Like, I gave it the beans. I went up to 3,000 grit. I stropped it down to 0.1 microns on the diamond emulsion, and it still would not get sharp. Like, most D2 has been good. Like, it's just recently I've started finding just god-awful D2 on stuff. I don't know if it's just like a whole bunch of it's making it to market and it's bad D2 that's being sold without being tested or certified or anything first. Like, I don't know. But yeah, D2, like, you get about 5960 HRC on that D2, you're in good shape. I've heard D2 is some kind of spoon, but like, D2 has been my favorite budget steel. That being said, my knife design, the one I'm designing, is going to be probably 9CR18, just for ease of sharpening, and given how bad D2 has treated me lately, I kind of don't want to look at D2 right now. The next knife we're doing is 154 CM, which the video on that, the pre-carry video on that should be showing up for channel members tomorrow. For non-channel members, the day after tomorrow. I will say, out of the super steels I've tested, I think LMAX might be my favorite, even though it didn't hold an edge as long as MagnaCut. I love MagnaCut now. MagnaCut did great. But that LMAX, just something about it felt really good while I was using it. Just watching the edge deteriorate, it was such a smooth wear down. Very even wear, very smooth. The numbers consistently dropped. I'll be honest. I haven't tested 154 CM in a long time, but I'd probably go 154 CM before 14C. Yeah, super steel is just really high-end knife steel that's engineered to a point where it's like specialized for some jobs more than others. But you get way more edge retention, way more toughness and everything else out of super steel than you would, say, your basic knife steel like 8CR13, 9CR, stuff like that. And of course, the definition of super steel is constantly changing because new super steels are coming out and older ones are getting bumped down the ladder. There is that. There's powder steel, stuff like that. What was I saying? Yeah, like, D2 is a budget steel now. Yeah, that Rex 121 was something else. That Rex 121 was something else. But like, D2 is a budget steel. You can get it on a $25 knife now. It used to be considered a super steel. Hell, 440 stainless once upon a time was a super steel. Can you imagine how often guys were sharpening knives before 440 stainless? Like, I'm assuming most of your knives were 1095, stuff like that. So with a good heat treatment, you probably didn't have to sharpen all too terribly often, but it had to have been sharpening a lot more. A lot of sharpening, a lot of oiling, a lot of maintenance, what have you. All right, Brando, we'll see you in a little while here. Yeah, unfortunately, Dan Stan, I haven't had a chance to play with any of those. Like, my normal fare is 50 bucks or less. The mini Bedlam was a gift from Ace on Knives, so I didn't pay for this. There's no way in hell I could pay for it. Oh God, Sakuna, there are so many cheap knives that are really, really good for their price. Best. Also, define cheap. What to you is cheap? What do you define as cheap? But yeah, normally everything that I'm playing with and testing is 50 bucks or less, because up until recently, everything on the channel was coming out of my own pocket. So, you know, even then, Leo, I already said hi to you, man. You don't got to keep coming in and saying hello like that. But yeah, even right now, like the channel is still making a little bit of money. Best slicer for $100. It's real hard to beat either the Hogue Deca in MagnaCut if you can find it on sale. Those will go on sale for about 104 bucks. And then the Ontario Rat 1.5, under $100 by a little bit, and MagnaCut steel. And it's supposed to be a higher HRC. Illumined, yeah, we're doing S90V again. I wanted to get a second data point. Jerry, I've been had that brass Vivi. Like I did the video and showed you guys. Trust me, I got that brass Vivi. Yeah, I'm interested to see what Benchmade can do with this. So far, the factory edge is doing better than the fireballs did. I don't think we're going to be stopping and sharpening within the first half hour, but I could be wrong. I found the Civivi Sodium to be a little bit on the small side for me. Me with Knives, what's going on? How you doing? Yeah, the Odium was just a bit too small and a bit too narrow. In this dimension right here, a bit too narrow for me to really be comfortable. It was like hard to open, basically. It was hard to reach in there and get her opened up with the handle being that narrow. Benchmade, Illumin, not benchmark. Gotcha, Lumen. It was like, wait a second. We're gonna start giving out the wrong impression. We only just now figured out what the hell a spoon is. Yeah, y'all hit that like button on the way in the door for me. I'd greatly appreciate it. Maybe we can do 100 likes in less than 7 hours. That'd be a welcome change of pace. Now, I did find out over the course of the last week here, YouTube is apparently throttling the shit out of a lot of creators, even outside the knife tube space. Yeah, Miguron's on the list of stuff to check out. That being said, I'm currently on a buying moratorium until after Blade Show in June. I am currently saving up aggressively for Blade Show, because I would like to be walking in there with about $1,000 to drop. So we'll see how that goes. TSG, $10 is not enough for the show. you won't even be getting a ticket for that show for 10 bucks. I think you might be able to find a small, cheap keychain knife. Small, cheap keychain knife on in a fishbowl at the Lansky booth for $10. Ideally, you need to save up a few $100. Last year, I went in there with a $300 and I had a good time, but your 3-day ticket, if they're not sold out, would end up being like $100, 100, 120 just for the ticket for 3 days. For 1 day, I think it's like 35, $40. And then, like, you're going to want a few $100 if you're going to buy more than 1 or 2 knives. Yeah, I mean, with knives, well, a lot of that is proceeds from the channel, y'all's donations and stuff like that, the ad revenue, all that. Has been getting put back for Blade Show, so that when I come back, I have stuff to give away. I got cool shit to show you guys. The sock game, all of it's going towards Blade Show. Yeah, well, the channel will pull in between $150 and $200 a month between, you know, again, donations, channel memberships, ad revenue, all that. It's not a ton. But I've been putting that back and saving very aggressively and throwing my own money in there where I can to get the fund built up. I should have some more coming in. You know, I'm taking a work through on some vacation time to pick up an extra paycheck at work in May. So, like, I'll have money when I go in there. Because I already know, like, at least $100 is going at the Devo table. I already know that. And then I've got to look at some sharpening supplies, see if I can't find something cool there. You know, I need to find some better stones. I need to talk to Worksharp and just be like, hey, you guys want to work with me? Because I'm already giving y'all a shitload of airtime for free. Jeff Venture, what's up? How you doing? Illumined, we are on the factory edge, dude. We just started. Like, we ain't been at this that long, dude. And I discovered all the knives and stuff that we buy. Oh, yeah. We started at a 191. Tree Rogie, we aren't making firecrackers. We're making vegan bacon if you want a vegan BLT later. But yeah, I haven't had any luck winning things. So like, just to give you my kind of luck with winning stuff. All right, I have been in a drawing every month with like 20 or 30 people for months. I haven't won shit off of that. It's not the best, but it's pretty good. It's good enough. But, you know, there was a raffle a long time ago. I had like 70% of the, like 60, 70% of the tickets in that raffle. After the 7th drawing, and I still hadn't won shit. I'm like, what the hell? All the good prizes are gone. All the good prizes are gone. And like I won like a little bag of crap I couldn't use. Finally. So a lot of you know the story. All right, I know a family of homeless orphans. I'll go to their house, and their parents say they can eat as much cardboard as they want before I take it to get recycled. Yeah, thankfully, I have had some stuff gifted. Some friends of mine off of YouTube, they've gifted me with quite a bit of stuff for the channel. So I got a backlog of stuff for the next, I don't know, 13, 14 weeks. I can do content on a brand new knife every week. You know, I could do a brand new knife every week for the next, like, 14, 15 weeks, I think. And not have to spend a penny. Some of those were bought by me. Some of those were gifts from friends. So, like, I do have that going for me. Like, I don't have to be out there trying to win stuff. And unless it's something I really want, you know, now I don't bother entering. Like, I'll let somebody else win that. But I did find out, we were trying to do our taxes, and we were in the hole for a lot more money than we could even begin to pay. And then the wife's like, do you have expenses from the channel? Because YouTube treats you as an independent contractor once you monetized your channel. I was like, yes, I do. And every knife that we bought for the channel has been written off as a tax write-off because it was used for the channel and used for making videos. It's like, oh, I got a green light to be even more irresponsible now. Wooden box, what are you talking about, Sakuna? Yeah, it was a huge help. Oh, Sakuna, you talking about the table? Yeah, I made this table about 15 minutes before a live stream about a month and a half ago. I needed something better than what I had, so this is just the base for a propane-fired turkey fryer with a plank of wood screwed down to it. But yeah, the stickers all came from Mad Yako's got an EDC channel, Fook Doozle, he's got an EDC channel, Tim School of Fish, YouTube channel. Devo Knives, I'm just a really big fan of their stuff. Ace on Knives right here, he's got a YouTube channel. He is mostly doing DayZ gaming right now. But Ace on Knives is where we got the mini Bedlam from. That was a gift from him. No way in hell I could spend the 350 bucks on this that it cost. Yeah, he said Benchmade sent him 3 of them. He said someone at Benchmade reached out to him and sent him 3 of these things. And so he decided to send one to me. And he said, Mark Lester, what's up? How are you doing, man? Welcome. Speaking of which, everybody hit that like button for me if you haven't yet. But, yeah, he was saying he thought about having me use it as a pass-around knife. But then he just said he wanted me to keep it in the collection as a part of the collection. So that, I guess that's what I'm doing. But I think everybody with a pass-around knife that wants to, you know, check out a factory edge and all that, they don't want it after I get done with it. Because this will not be on a factory edge in about 8 hours here. So that's part of why I haven't asked to be part of the, that's why I haven't asked to be a part of the pass-around stuff, like guys that are sharing knives with each other to get videos done on, because, you know, once I do this to it, it's no longer factory edge. And I actually carry these things and use them while I'm doing my review. So, like, my review video after carrying this for a week at work is up now. Channel members are watching it today, and then non-channel members are watching it tomorrow. But, you know, like, I don't consider one of my reviews complete unless I've done some kind of work with it. Ashley Deloach, Merry Egg Event, how you doing? Jeff, what's going on? How you doing, man? Welcome. I would hope I have the hang of breaking down cardboard by now, but that also, like, a knife that doesn't do a good job breaking down cardboard will make me look like a rank amateur. I'll say that. It'll make me look like a complete idiot. I have no desire to watch a Minecraft movie. That is a game I have never played. I was already a bit too old for that when the game came out. Well, Sakuna, I will say right now, there's only so many different blade shapes you can make that fit inside a handle like this. There's only so many shapes you can have. Like, there's still new stuff coming out, but like, yeah, it does. It always looks similar to something else. Always. Well, no, it's one of those things where, you know, and I think this gets overlooked a lot. You know, there's only so many shapes. There's only so many shapes you can fit into a package this large. Like, there's a limit to what you can do with the designs, especially if you're trying to keep it optimized for good ergonomics and good everyday carry and use. So you end up with a lot of knives that look very similar to each other. Might have completely different specs, might be set up a little different, but they look very similar. And like, if you're not a knife guy, you're not out in the weeds with the hobby or anything like that, you know, it is just going to look like every other knife out there to you. Yeah, I'm just let's see, I'm trying to think of everything I've carried. Like, I'm still on my drop points. You know, I've carried some sheep's foot, stuff like that. Modified warnies. It's just like, you know, my drop point's like putting on an old favorite pair of shoes. It's like, you know what, this feels right and I miss it. Or an old favorite hat. I have not tried the Vosteed porcupine yet. I have not had Vosteed porcupine money. Like I said, moratorium on buying things. I'm not buying shit till I get to Blade Show. If I do buy something, it's coming out of my own pocket. And guess what? I ain't got porcupine money. The last thing that I paid for out of my own pocket was the Kaiser Mini Roach, and that's because I bought one at Blade Show last year. I believe it fell out of my bag while I was at the Vosteed booth talking to one of the guys and showing him stuff. Voidnog, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. But it did not make it out to the car after Blade Show, and it's been bothering me for the entire damn year. So I saw them on sale, discontinued on clearance at White Mountain Knives, and went ahead and jumped on one to replace the one I lost. Now, that being said, I do actively plan on dropping by the Vosteed table and talking to them and seeing if they're willing to work with the channel. So that maybe there will be a porcupine in my future that I don't have to worry about paying full price for. Yeah, because, I mean, it's again, I am carrying a different knife every week for review. It's a different knife every single week for review. I hope they will. RFN, you are in the wrong place for religion. We do not want religion here. We do not want politics here. But, like, I hope they will. You know, I'm kind of reaching out to companies right now to see if they're willing to work with me, and I'm not getting a lot of responses. Like the TRM, I reached out to them on Instagram because I don't have an email address for them that I can find, or I did send them an email and I haven't heard back from them, which is unfortunate because I do want to work with TRM. But, you know, even if I don't have companies working with me, I've figured out how to make this work for this long. You know, I come back from Blade Show, I'll probably have enough stuff to make content for another 25, 30 weeks without having to buy something new. I have not tried Remet. I'll try to remember to shoot Remet an email and see if they're willing to work with me. He's like, I'll give him a breakdown. Like, I'm surprised a lot of people don't jump on my review process because, you know, the last couple times I've had somebody reach out to me and offer me stuff to review, it's always been, I want at least a 3-minute video. I want to be tagged in it. And a 3-minute video is hilarious. It's like, no, you are getting at least 3 8 to 15-minute videos out of me. And you're getting 7 hours of live streaming content. Like, that's what you're getting out of this review. Yeah, I'll reach out to Remet because I'm definitely curious. So did you shoot them an email and ask them, or did they ask you? I'll be honest, I have no idea what the biggest knife company is. But it's going to be somebody that makes kitchen knives or just general silverware. Guarantee you that. No, these companies aren't that big. Like Vosteed's not that big of a company. Still getting their footing and getting established. However, Vosteed has some rabid fans. Kaiser's fairly big for the knife making space, or the knife company space. Yes, I do have Instagram. I do have Instagram, just knives, I guess, on Instagram. I think it's all one word, but I shouldn't be hard to find. Well, I think they're talking about the biggest knife making company like Vosteed or Benchmade or something like that. If they send you something for review, for the most part, you get to keep it. Sometimes it's something that they want sent back if it's like really high end, or if it's like a prototype that's not released yet. I have seen where guys want them sent back. Yeah, I'll look up Remet and see if they're interested in working with me. As I said, I'm kind of surprised if all they're asking for is a 3-minute video and they're getting like, you know, 3 8 to 15-minute videos. They're getting like a 7-hour live stream out of it. You'd think more of them would be jumping on it. That's a lot of extra content. We're going to stack this. I lost my stacking stuff spot, guys. Okay. That'll do. Bear with me for 1 second, guys. Luca, what's up? Luca, I don't know why everyone asks about a face reveal, but you gotta wait. All right. There she blows. We are doing edge retention testing. But yeah, live streaming has been really kind to me. I have picked up a lot of subs, and the channel's gained a lot of traction from them. I can't say enough good things. All right. The box I used to hold the cut-up boxes got full. But that being said, if you're going to live stream, figure out something to do. You know, a lot of guys do live streams and they'll have a collection of knives out and they'll sit there and they'll talk. Appreciate it, Luca. they'll sit there and they'll talk while they flip knives open and closed, which is okay. You know, personally, me, I get bored watching that after a while. The guys will be sitting there talking. They'll pull knives out. They'll answer questions, stuff like that. Which is probably a way easier live stream to do than what I'm doing here. But, you know, I also want to learn about these steels and learn stuff with my own two hands, which puts us here. All right, Lucas, see you later. I don't even use Streamlab. I've got my phone. I've got my phone on a ring light here, and I got a second phone over here where I can read comments. You know, and I got a couple different spots I can stream from in the house. Yeah, I'm going to have to show my face in June right before Blade Show so you guys know who to look for and who to say hi to. But I'm assuming no more than about 4 or 5 people are actually going to come up and say hi. I'll let you guess what country I'm in. Should not be hard to figure out. But yeah, you guys, I am super excited for Blade Show. America! Cool cars. We've got the Benchmade Mini Bedlam in S90V steel. America! Oh, that extra income must have been nice, especially like right now. Woo! The Real Cat, what's up? How you doing? But yeah, like I said, Blade Show is my next big thing. I am super excited about Blade Show. I have been doing prep work on it. I'm going to have a couple of shirts made, so I got some people with my shirt on wandering around. Now, I don't live in Atlanta, but that's where Blade Show is. All right, Sakuna, have a good one. We'll see you later. Yeah, y'all hit that like button if you haven't already. Sakuna, you're fine. You're fine. We'll be here every week. No worries. We'll be here every week, usually on Friday. Usually on Friday. I'll tell you what, guys. This last week at work wasn't a ton of fun. I got through it, but oh man. I have a vague idea where Duluth might be. I don't think I've ever actually been to Duluth. Well, the real cat, we don't want your address. I don't want you posting your address any more than I want me posting my address. Now, that being said, if you guys are even remotely interested, I set up I got signed up for the Amazon influencer program, so there is actually a page with the stuff that I like on it. That being said, that was about the only way that I figured out I can share the majority of the stuff I buy that I like. Jacob, what's going on? How you doing? How you doing? We have got the Benchmade Mini Bedlam and S90V. But I am doing good, brother. I got some new woodworking tools that has made life so much easier when I'm making beads. So fucking much easier. Jerry, welcome back. I guess we don't have to guess what you were doing. Like, I can't tell you how nice it is to not have to go and sharpen my tool 3 times over the course of making one resin bead. I cannot tell you how nice that actually is. right, cool cars, man. Yeah. Go read you a book, my dude. That's not a bad idea. Sakuni out of here again. All right. $75 and I had to buy a knife right now. Which one would it be? Hang on, I can tell you pretty much exactly with just a little bit of clicking. So I've got the Civivi Cairo on my list. The Ned Foss Energy Green. The Civivi Merit. That would be one of the first ones I grab. Kaiser Bulldog, like I'd probably buy the Kaiser Bulldog right now if I had $75 to just burn. Probably the Kaiser Bulldog. Yeah. Or the Civivi Hid, but that's a little bit too expensive. That was the Takray Tarkus, the real cat. Yeah, if I could find the Civivi Hid for about $75, I'd do that with that $75. Or it would be the Kaiser, was that the Bulldog? It's probably my first choice. All right, that's the 1 hour mark. That's the 1 hour mark. Let's get some Forbidden Moonshine out and take a look at this edge, see how it's doing. Yeah, Tenable keeps popping up with some good press, which does interest me. That being said, so many knives, so little time, and I probably need to reach out to Tenable on, like, I need to just spam everybody on Instagram and see who bites, basically. So what we're doing right now is we're cleaning off the blade, getting tape gunk off it. Okay. Yeah, Tenable's been getting a lot of good press. Tenable does interest me. I'll tell you what, this thing does not like doing this cut. Julian Garcia, what's up? We got the Benchmade Mini Bedlam in S90V. All right, let's get the tester out. I tell you what, after last week's scare of being damn near out of test clips the whole night, I did order 200 more test clips, which thankfully they just showed up today. Oh, then again. Clyde Frog, what's up? How you doing? We have got the Benchmade Mini Bedlam in S90V, and it looks like yet another fucking super steel that we got to sharpen within an hour and a half. This one was 250 bucks, but I made sure to get the nicest one they had, the most accurate resolution they had on it, just to make sure that I was getting the best information possible for you guys. Yeah, it looks like we are definitely sharpening this thing sooner rather than later. These numbers ain't looking too hot. Yeah, well, Julian, this seems to be what happens every time we do a super steel. It's been the same with MagnaCut, LMAX, the last time we did S90V. The first hour, it wears out to shit. You should be looking for knives, I guess. That should be the same name on Instagram as I have here. Someone said they had to Google it to find it, but yeah, the TAC-Ray did great, but that's in D2. But our super steels, again, like we had LMAX, I think. No, LMAX, that wore out fast too on the factory edge. I haven't tried Topps 154CM. I tried some Kaiser 154CM ages ago. That being said, I haven't tried it since we have our... This dude, what's up? I don't think I said hi. I haven't tried 154CM in any capacity since we started doing the testing the way we do now. The Spyderco did great-ish, but that was also... No, I believe we had to sharpen that one up early too. And that was a weird test because midway through we got interrupted by Aiden asking me to go ahead and cut glass with the edge and then sharpen it before I was done with the cardboard. And because he sent a knife that expensive and he's the one that sent that to me, I kind of had to honor his request. But I believe that one, the edge also wore out pretty fast and we had to sharpen it pretty early in the game. So, yeah, it seems like super steels... The factory edges don't like what I do to them. As I said, I do remember for sure Clyde Frog, thank you for that so much. You want to pick a figure out, dude? You got your choice of the robot, the Grim Reaper, the Frankenstein, the Ninja, the Knight, the Mummy, the Alien, or the Scuba Guy. You got your pick. All right, Clyde picked the Alien out. Clyde picked the Alien. Thank you, Clyde. Thank you for that. We'll give it about 6 minutes. We're going to start back up. But again, I got a feeling within 30 minutes we're going to be sharpening. It's been like that with every super steel we've done. Fook, what's going on, man? How you doing? Gotcha, Fook. I hope you're above water doing all right, man. But yeah, we're doing S90V again on the mini Bedlam while we have it, or while it's still relevant. That being said, it's doing the same thing every super steel has done, and the first hour has done unbelievable amounts of damage to the factory edge. Fook is the man. So yeah, so we're gonna sharpen this. We're gonna put this at 17.5 degrees, and we're gonna go in again. Hopefully the thumb stud's easy to remove. Hopefully. I don't want to fight with that too hard, but I also don't want to ding the thumb stud up trying to sharpen this thing. We will find out. All right, we'll pick the testing back up in 5 minutes here. 5 minutes, guys. I'm going to let my hand rest. Well, I think it's meant to be used, because I know there are guys out there that will carry this for 5, 10, 15 years and be just fine with it. I do believe that these are intended to be used. You know, this one I feel like is more of a combat-oriented knife than a daily user, like an EDC tool. That's just my impression of it. But, like, I could carry this for years and be okay with it. It's a little hard to live with in the pocket day-to-day. I will give it that. But, yeah, you could definitely carry this and use it. It's just every super steel we've done, the factory edge does not like cardboard slayer. We put the right edge on it and it holds up for, if we get another 5 hours out of this like the last S90V, if I remember right, then, well, there you have it. If I can't remove it with a couple of T6 drivers, it ain't getting removed. I'll ding the crap out of it, and then I'll magic marker some black back on there and get on with life. It's not a full flat grind. It is flat. It is flat up until the swedge right here, and there's a flat spot on the top where the butterfly is. But if you remember right, the Fireball had a fairly deep hollow grind, and it did pretty much the same thing this is doing. Like I said, the hollow grind is definitely not aimed at cardboard slayer, though. Yeah, if y'all haven't hit that like button for me, please do. And I had mentioned this earlier, you guys, but we had I saw on Reddit where some guys on YouTube in other areas, The Punisher doesn't usually get here at 4 p.m. But if it, I have been getting thumb studs off with the T6 drivers. If it's not coming off without having to do a bunch of extra work, fuck it. It'll get dinged up, and I'll, like I said, I'll magic marker some black on there again, and then get on with life. Like, it's already used. It's not on the factory edge anymore, so I'm not going to resell it. I don't care that much. Like, I've moved on past the point of doing safe queens. That being said, if I pick up some kind of like $1,000 grip, there we are. Okay, so if I don't end up with some kind of $1,000 grail knife, then yeah, something that expensive and hard to get may be a safe queen, but generally speaking, we're not doing safe queens here. I got some stuff I won't beat on my prototypes. Those are safe queens. Yeah, prototypes, those are safe queens, but yeah. And I don't know if you guys saw it on the community post, but the expected retail on my knife design, the I guess so, is going to be about 40 bucks. So looking forward to that. Oh my God. Josh, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome back. Doug, you need to calm the fuck down about the spoon, dude. We're over that. Yeah, 40. That's the goal. Like, we wanted it, I wanted it around 40 bucks, 50 at most. And I talked to Jen, and they said that with their manufacturing costs and everything else, we can do it for 40. We can do it for 40 and be fairly comfortable with the profit margin on that, because we got to split the profit between Jen, me, and KO Knives. Jacob, trust me, keep an eye on it. Because as soon as I have the pre-production sample at hand, we're doing some videos. It's going to be 9CR18, so basically 440C if I understand right. But me with knives, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I said I'm letting y'all know. I am letting y'all know. I'm already getting guys. I'm getting some guys with channels lined up. Lined up right now. I've got Tactical Llama EDC. I've got Darkwater Actual. I've got who else? I got Welding Carry. And there's somebody else. I've already got those guys on board to do reviews as soon as we get the pre-production units in hand, so that we can get some hype built up before they come out. And we can get a lot of feedback on anything we need to change before they go into full production. Yeah, so we're going to try to get at least B's blades on board. We're going to try. If I can borrow Neves for a couple minutes, I'll ask him if he's interested. No, we're doing a liner lock. Like, we're keeping things really simple on this one because you're building it yourself. It is a Jen kit knife. You're building it yourself. So I wanted a liner lock to be as simple as possible, and also to keep manufacturing costs under control. Because I have the I really guess so on deck. If the I guess so does well, we have got the big boy version of it. 4-inch blade instead of a 3-inch blade. It should be a full flat. That's the plan. We'll see what happens with that. Because I know Jen is going to have to tweak some design elements to make things work on their end. They're going to have to tweak it a little bit. But I think we're doing a full flat. At least that's what I asked for, was a full flat. And it was going to be D2, but D2 ain't been too good to me lately. And 9CR18 is significantly easier to sharpen and maintain for the home gamer. Oh, man. We're going with what we're talking about my knife design, I guess so. But we're sticking with what Jin has experience working with. I know they rock some 9CR18, and I know their 9CR18 is as good as Subwoofers is. I've tested it. So I'm perfectly content there, and that's part of what's keeping the cost down to 40 bucks. So, like I said, this one should be a 3-inch blade with a full flat grind at 9CR18. That is the ultimate end goal. And it'll have a thumb hole, and I'm hoping the D10 is tuned where you can centrifugal open it. Yeah, 9CR is some good stuff. No, and it was either going to be AUS8 or 9CR18. So I ended up going with 9CR18. Right now, Maxilla, what's up? How you doing, man? The design should be real close to getting finalized and submitted to Jen so that we can get prototypes made. And I want some options. My channel logo is going to be cut out in the liner. So if you get the option with the see-through acrylic scales, you can see the channel logo in there. I've asked for that specifically. But beyond that, just like a plain black. And I want some fluorescent scales, like just super, super, super bright scales that are good for outdoors if you drop it. Siggy, what's up? How you doing? But yeah, that's it. That's the end goal. That's the ultimate goal for that thing. And like I said, I want the I guess so to do good because I really, really want to release the I really guess so. Because that 4-inch blade is going to make me super happy. I don't know about you guys. I only got 2 more of these shit boxes to go. You know you can just ask the question without asking if you can ask the question, right? Siggy, we are talking about the knife that, we're talking about my knife design. We're talking about the knife I designed in conjunction with KO Knives helping me with the software side of it, rendering it and all that. And so like I was saying, we're real close to having the design finalized and have it starting to get prototype. We're getting real close. Maxilla, I already have my moderators. Come on now, you've been here long enough. You know, I got my moderators. Damn it. I remembered that I was going to do a bingo card. A bingo card for the live stream. Nah, Maxilla's been here for a while. Yeah, I kind of figured somebody would appreciate that. As I say, Maxilla doesn't count as a mod beggar. He's been here for a while. He's been around for a while now. No, you gotta remember, Doc. You gotta remember, Zent. The mod beggars are the guys that we've never seen before that come in, and that's the only thing they ask. Can I be a moderator? Like, as I was gonna do a bingo card. I was gonna do the bingo card that we talked about on the last couple of streams. So I need to sit down and work on that and just print up a bingo card. We got mod beggar, we got free knife beggar, we got religious I don't know. But you know, we got mod beggar, we got knife beggar, we got religious whack job, we got a guy with racist name. Ah, nice, Clyde. Very nice. No, Maxilla, you're good. We're not talking about you, boo-boo. I've already made that clear. We're not talking about you. Let's see. We do got it's my birthday. We got a relative just died. Right, Fook? Just knock out the whole bingo card in one go. Let's see, what else do we have? Yeah, we do got the Remember Me. We got the guys coming in either complaining about the stream or they got the shut up, you don't know how to talk. We need that. Oh, we got, thankfully it's calmed down, but of course the occasional political asshole. We need that on the bingo card. I want to be done with these fucking shitty boxes. I got one more left after this shit. Oh, nice, Spook. What did your wife end up winning? Oh, dang, Fook. That's a pretty good win right there. God, like I'd love to know what my lifetime total for number of cardboard boxes cut up. Yeah, the only stuff I've won, like I won stuff from Ace on Knives, and that's when he wasn't really doing the drawing style drawings. He was just announcing who won. And then Tim School of Fish did the same thing. He wasn't doing the pickawinner.co deal. He was just announcing who won stuff. That's about all I've ever really won. Like I said, my luck with winning things is just fucking god awful. But look at it this way, Fook. You won one of my giveaways, which is equally as important. You won one of my giveaways before she did. Clyde Frog, how'd you win a car? What did you win a car from? Like we were talking about it earlier, you know, I'm at a point where I don't really need to win giveaways. I already have a backlog that's getting too deep for me to make it all the way through. Oh, damn, nice, Clyde. But, so at this point, I'm kind of giving up on trying to win giveaways unless there's something I really want in there. And for the most part, it's just like, let somebody else win that. I have way too many knives on hand that I need to review anyways. I remember when they used to mail you a key, and if the key worked on the car, you won the car. I remember those days. Yeah, I never really had catalogs outside of occasionally I would get a Bud K catalog. I think someone signed me up for it one time, which was kind of cool. Someone signed me up for the Bud K catalog showing up, which was really cool. But even then, like I knew just looking at the knives, like that is some cheap garbage that's not going to last long. So I never bought anything, but because I remember looking at the Frost Cutlery fantasy knives. And I always loved the way those looked. Those were fire, but it's again, like I'd handled a couple of them and I knew they weren't going to stand up to any use. Juan Jose Lintis, what's going on? How you doing, man? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. If y'all haven't hit that like button, please do, guys. Trying to see if we can make 100 likes in less than 7 hours. I haven't handled any rag knives, so I don't know anything about them. Alicia Parr, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, for those of you guys that are just getting here, making beads just got way fucking easier. Way easier. I got some new tools for that. So life has gotten way better making those. They showed up yesterday afternoon, right before I left for work. I've already been in the shop playing with them. If y'all remember how much I've complained about needing carbide tooling, oh yeah, the beads have shown up in shorts. The beads have shown up in the YouTube shorts. I've got an Instagram that I basically only use to communicate with other YouTube channels. But suffice it to say, I've got a few beads. Yeah, out of all the ones I've done with the cardboard, this one's come out the best. You can kind of see we got some glow in the dark on that one. Yeah, so I've got to work on getting my process refined a little bit more for the cardboard slayer beads. Right now I'm having a hard time getting all the voids filled with the resin, but I've got more supplies that should make it a bit easier to do that, I believe. Well, it's not that they're snapping in half. All right, it's just I've got to fill the voids with super glue right now. Super glue is a bit of a pain in the ass to deal with in that regard, and I've got thin super glue that doesn't flood things the way I need it to properly, so it's a lot of extra work. Yeah, I don't have anything that requires a broomstick handle, Cat, And there's only one shape you can make on a lathe. That's a cylinder. So look at this. You're not pre-pouring resin into that and getting it very far in there. It's got to go in a vacuum chamber, and I can put it in a vacuum chamber. However, I don't have a container. Well, now I do. I just bought a 1 liter silicone bowl, so I can put my cut up cardboard in there, and then put a vacuum on it for longer, and let the resin get in there a bit deeper. Because right now, trying to do it while it's sitting in the mold or in a cup full of resin ain't working so hot. The real cat, don't start with that bullshit. So yeah, actually, the carbide wood turning tools I got were like, I think we spent like 35 bucks on them on Temu for a full set. And I'll be honest, they seem to be working more than well enough. The real cat. Nobody said you can't make a handle on a lathe. What I said is I don't have anything that needs a broomstick style handle that got turned into a cylinder on the lathe. I don't know if you weren't listening. I don't know if you're taking the wrong thing away from this, but we're not going to sit here and argue about this anymore. Man, but no, so like that, the alien eggs, those should be a little bit easier to make properly now, because again, trying to pack all those sweet gum balls down in a cup full of resin is also working, but kind of subpar. As wrinkled and nasty as this cardboard is, the fact that this knife is cutting it as well as it is a damn miracle. Yeah, and I swear to God, games like Call of Duty would be a lot more fun if you didn't have guys persistently and consistently non-stop smurfing all fucking day, every fucking day. Let's go in on a new account and get really easy wins for the next 7 hours. Cool, you're ruining it for literally everybody else that's trying to play. Well, and I'll tell you, Call of Duty World War II, PS4, let me tell you, that game hit a point where the faster your internet connection was, the worse the hit detection got, which sucked. And towards the end of me playing regularly, like, you could not move 2 feet off of a spawn point without getting smoked. Like, you spawn in, you walk like 10 feet, you get smoked. Spawn back, walk 10 feet, get smoked. Like, the entire fucking team is like circled around the spawn point just far enough where you're not gonna trigger a spawn point flip. And you just don't make it out. Yeah, that is the Persian style right there. Yeah, it became infuriating because it's just like, bro, I'm trying to relax and enjoy the game. You don't have to smoke me the second I make it off of the spawn point. We got side-to-side blade play coming in here, guys. What do you know? Yeah, Doc. Again, you fucking know better. We don't tolerate that bullshit. Don't get your ass timed out. Yeah, I got a side-to-side blade play on this bad boy, guys. Yeah, this thing's starting to cut like shit, guys. Yeah, I know. Chat went dead, man. Chat went totally dead. Speaking of which, if you guys haven't hit that like button, please hit that like button. We're trying to reach 100 before 7 hours. Well, I think Cat got upset and left. All right, let's see what's going on here. Son of a diddly. I get the feeling we might be sharpening real soon. Killer Llamas, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. You're not late. I started early. What is up with these super steels? Killer Llamas, I appreciate that, dog. You want to do socks or you want to pick a figure? You want to do socks or pick a figure out? All right, which one you want? We got Frankenstein, we got Ninja, Grim Reaper, we've got Robot, Alien, Mummy, Scuba Guy, or Knight. Got a 581. All righty. Killer Llamas, this one's for you. Killer Llamas, thank you. Oh, man. Why are super steels so bad on the factory edge? I I'm guessing we're going to get another 5 hours out of this, just like the, just like the fireball. Sorry, I got distracted. And thankfully, like, I ordered 2 more bags of test clips, so I got 200 more test clips that showed up today, because these weren't going to last the whole stream. All right. So we are definitely sharpening, and yet again at an hour and a half. I don't understand what it is, these super steels, and having to sharpen in an hour and a half like clockwork. All right, Lou, what's up? How's it going? Well, no, MagnaCut, we got like, I take that back. We got a really bad first hour and a half or so out of MagnaCut. And then after we sharpened it, it held that edge for fucking ever. Like, as far as raw edge retention, MagnaCut's the best I've seen so far. Okay, so this should be doable. You know those Weehaw bits still haven't shown back up, right, guys? Llamas, there's one thing you need to know. Like, if anybody sends me anything, please, for the love of God, do not send anything that you expect to have returned to you, because I do not want the responsibility of getting that sent back. Ah, that sucks, Lou. Jesus Christ. I'm glad I don't got to deal with seizures. Okay. Thumb studs can go in the jar. You know, because I feel like the Bel Air might be one where it would change my perspective on Kershaw just a little bit. Then again, it might not. I've seen some guys have some pretty disappointing experiences with them. Yeah, no worries, Llamas. It's one of those things where, like, I know that I am not reliable enough to say, yes, I'll send it back right away and then get it sent back right away. I procrastinate a lot. I got that ADD thing going where if I'm not staring at it, it vanishes. And then the longer it takes to send back, the more guilty I feel about it. And then that makes it take even longer to send back. Like, the amount of pressure I am under for giveaway winnings, or like when I traded, I'll trade some beads or something for it. Like, I'll trade some beads or something for it, but I'm real bad about getting stuff back to the people it belongs to. I don't know why. I just know I'm not good with it, and I'd rather be upfront about that than set false expectations. Boy, that side-to-side blade play is bothering me. All right, 17.5. Fook, I need to send you something anyways. Give me a little while here. Just like with Punisher, it may take me a while, but I do need to send you some stuff anyways because you sent me stuff. Yeah, and I'm not the only one that's had those audio issues of YouTube either. Who was it? Weldon Carey. I was watching one of his streams and he had the same thing happening. The popping, the crackling, all that stuff. So I think YouTube's just having some issues right now. You know, it's like I was on Reddit and I joined a YouTube creators group just to kind of keep an eye on things. And a bunch of guys there were having the same problem I am with their viewership numbers dropping like a damn rock. I mean, I have gone from 9,000 views on a stream being slow, on the slow side, to 5,000 being an excellent stream. And it happened overnight. And a lot of guys that aren't even in KnifeTube, have had the same problem. I had mentioned this, and I'm not sure who I had mentioned it to when they asked about it. I think it was on Faceballs. This thing's a pain in the ass to carry day to day in your pocket. All right, Lou, we'll see you later. Appreciate you dropping by, though. But, like, if you go back and check out the video I posted, well, it should show up tomorrow unless you're a channel member. But, like, the dingus into the skull cracker here, it beat my hand up pretty bad reaching into my pocket to get stuff out around it. It took up a lot of real estate. The grip on it's kind of weird. Like there's a lot, like I like the thing. It's cool. But carrying it in your pocket with your keys and everything else is a massive pain in the balls. Ashley, you were here earlier. You don't gotta keep saying hi when you pop in. Well, I'm sure if you have a job picked out for it. Okay, we're doing this. But like if you've got a dedicated job for it that it works for, then yeah, great. But like just everyday jerk off carrying it like I am, I was looking forward to being done with it. We'll put it that way. Like, I like the thing, but I was looking forward to being done carrying it. This is one where I might carry on a day where I'm feeling a little bit down and I need something nice in my pocket to help me feel just a little bit better. Yeah, I've got a few like that. The Mayhem I don't carry just because it is hideously impractical. A lot of fun, but hideously impractical. But like I've got my my M390 bug out. Oh, I carry my Mayhem in my pocket. Like when I do carry my Mayhem, it's in my pocket. In my pocket with my keys, e-liquid, my disposable mod, all that. You go to the movies. You go, girl. Joe Mac, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I like the magic marker. It shows me how much material I've removed. And it lets me see my bevel a lot easier, especially under this light. With this ring light, it completely obscures the bevel while you're getting it established until you have it really wide. Alicia, you are good. But there's a lot of things that if you're trying to do them under the lighting for a camera, it really, really changes the rules of engagement. If you're going to buy a good sharpener, buy it for your nicer knives. Your less expensive knives are the ones that you practice your freehand sharpening on. Tubal Kane, what's up? How you doing? Work sharp, precision adjust, professional. You are totally welcome, man. Actually, one thing I did do, and I don't feel necessarily super clean about it, is I joined up with Amazon's influencer program so that I could make a list of stuff that I like and stuff that I bought that I've tested and is good to share with you guys a lot easier than just trying to tell you what's happening. I've just got to get that in the bio for the channel and stuff like that. Like I just did that earlier today. Alicia, it's okay. It was a bit of a pain in the ass to live with day to day, but it's all right. Oh, that burr feels so good, you guys. That burr feels so good. Yes, I do recommend the Elite one, especially if you, I do recommend buying the Elite, especially if you've only got 120 bucks to spend. It does great. You don't get the vitrified resin stones as an option for it. Or you don't get the resin bonded diamond stones as an option for it, but you can still get knives crazy sharp off of the Elite. Because before you guys supplied this to the channel, we were using the Elite on everything, and it did fantastic. So your Precision Adjust has 3 stones. Your Precision Adjust Elite has 6 stones across 2 of those little sticks. The Elite works fantastic. The regular Precision Adjust is 60 bucks. The Elite is 120. If you buy the regular Precision Adjust and then buy the extra stones, it still winds up to be 120 bucks. Yeah, like I said, we rock the Precision Adjust Elite. This right here is 250 bucks. I have another $130 tied up in the extra stones. And I would love to have the case and the universal stone holder too. That's another 120 bucks. Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you've only got about 120 bucks, you don't want to swing a full 250, just get the Precision Adjust Elite. It'll do the same thing with a few less creature comforts and a little bit slower. Come on, where's our herder masturbation guy? The Ken Onion belt grinder is great for really cheap knives. The only problem with that is you use a slack belt on it, you're probably going to round the tip off on everything you use for a long time. Frederick Tatum, what's up? How you doing? Sharpening is going just fine, my dude. Sharpening is going just fine. This is some S90V. We know it sharpens well, and it's surprisingly easy to sharpen on this system. We have established the bevel. We are going through these stones really fast. Oh yeah, man. You know how we do by now. Yeah, you guys that are just coming in, do me a solid. Hit that like button if you'll be so kind. Let's see if we can get to 100 in less than 7 hours. That would be nice. Like I said, I'm just surprised we haven't gotten our herd there, that looks like masturbation guy in here yet. Like, where the hell's that guy? Yeah, we were still getting those a couple of weeks ago whenever everything dropped off. Like, I don't think the algorithm is much of anybody's friend right now. Something changed, and it's not just with me. It's not just with guys that have knife-related channels. It's kind of across the board. Arthur, you're probably not wrong. Jesus himself, what's going on, man? How are you doing, dude? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good, dude. This is the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Professional. This is a fixed angle sharpening system right here. This makes it real easy for me to get a really nice clean bevel and know exactly what angle I'm sharpening at. But yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I got new toys to play with in the garage. We're doing this right now. I am having a great time. Yeah, man. Good to see you again, dude. I I don't know. Have you been here for any of the live streams where I've been making the lanyard beads to get ready for Blade Show? Gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of part of what I've been doing. I've been doing a lot. Like last week, I did a lot of streams while I was in the garage working on lanyard beads. And like I got some new wood turning tools that make things a lot easier in there. So I'm in a really good mood right now. Some of the hardest resins that I have to turn went by like a damn breeze. But yeah, this thing is incredibly nice to have. This is maybe the second best bang for your buck as far as knife sharpening goes with your fixed angle systems. And it's real close. The step down version of this, the smaller version, the Precision Adjust Elite, the best bang for your buck out there. You cannot beat it for the price, and there's nothing cheaper than it is. It's going to do it's going to do nearly as good. All right, we are finally almost done sharpening this thing. And sorry guys, no pizza box tonight. I ran myself a hair on the broke side working on buying up supplies for turning beads that I'm not going to get to use nearly as much as I want now that I'm back at work. I already miss being on vacation, you guys. Siggy, you already said hi. You already said hi. Toes, what's up? How you doing, man? We just sharpened a knife. That's what that is. Alright. Time to get the strops out. Oh, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Killer Llamas, you coming through again, brother? All right. We picking a figure out or we doing socks, bro? Your call. Frankenstein it is. Thank you, sir. All right, Toad, see you later. See you later. Okay. We got Frankenstein coming up. Killer Llamas, thank you. Thank you for that, my dude. All right. How'd the edge come out? Oh my God. Llama, llama, chicken wama. I don't know. All right, so we got that. Yeah, at one point I had Monty Python's Contractual Obligation album. I've seen, of course, Holy Grail. Oh man, that is so good. Yeah, if you're trying to rip a rough edge on your kitchen knives, that Kin Onion belt grinder is going to be the fastest, easiest way to do it. Y'all are going to have to give me a second. Thinking real dirty thoughts about this edge right now, you guys. Real dirty thoughts. Yeah, Fook, you ain't kidding, man. You talk about enjoying my enrichment activity in my enclosure. Crystal Jackson, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, with Sunday being 420, there's going to be some motherfuckers out there having a real hard time finding Easter eggs, let me tell you. There's some motherfuckers out there having a real hard time. All right. And let me tell you, if I partook of the hippie lettuce, I would definitely be yeah, 420 is also my divorce anniversary, so if I partook in the hippie lettuce, believe me, I would be lighting up a fat one. $146, great edge. Oh, damn, Clyde, nice. Nice. Yeah, the Halloween birthday parties should be something special. Like, those should be something special. I kind of miss the old Halloween parties my friends used to have, like, because we'd get together and we would commit some debauchery. I mean, debauchery. All right, Siggy, we'll see you later. All right, so we'll pick this back up in about 8 minutes here. Braxton, oh my God, that is painful. I am so sorry for your loss, man. Holy crap, that is painful. My dude, I am so sorry for that. There is a reason I obsessively check all my pockets every time I get out of the car. Like, I check every single pocket every single time. Oh, standing up hurts, you guys. Standing up hurts. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, like, because the one that really stands out for me is I had a nice Harley Davidson Zippo years and years ago, and I had it for one fucking day. Dwayne Letterman, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. I had it for one day, and it fell out of my pocket while I was on a mower at work and never was seen again. Yeah, Braxton, that's still painful. That's still painful. Okay, Braxton, pick a figure. You get to pick between the robot, the Grim Reaper, the Frankenstein, the Knight, the Ninja, the Mummy, the Alien, or the Scuba Guy. right, we got our second visit from the alien tonight. Thank you, Killer Llamas and Braxton. Yeah, these things stand out real good. Like, they're perfect for the sock game. Like, everyone can see clearly that they're on, so, you know, it doesn't seem like I'm ripping people off. Oh, man. Oh. Wilderness Bushcraft, what's going on, man? How are you doing, brother? How is it going? Yeah, I don't have a lucky pair of socks. I will say I should not have bought like a big pack of different patterns on these because I can't find fucking matching socks to save my life anymore. Next time I buy socks, it's going to be 2 packs where it's all the same ones so I don't have to hunt down matches. We started at 2:30, I think. So we have been at this for 2 hours and 51 minutes on the stream. We made it an hour and a half on this. And hey, it's not fun, but I hate looking for them trying to match them up in the morning before work. Is the thing. I got to dig through like 3 piles of laundry to find my shit. But we went an hour and a half, just like every other super steel we've done. And we just had to sharpen it. And in about 3 minutes here, we're going to start back up. Yeah, in-ear monitors. I've seen in-ear monitors, and I know guys get real passionate about them. So yeah, next time I'm buying a couple of packs of identical socks so I don't have to hunt shit down anymore. Just make my life that much easier. Like I was thinking too, like I gotta wear dress shoes at work, so I gotta pick out stuff like this. I can't wear the white athletic socks that I like. And just no. I'm tired of digging for them. Gotta love that edge though. Yeah, we did 17.5 degrees. So we'll see how that holds up. You know, I got Bluetooth earbuds that sound good enough. Like, they're good enough to make me happy. They don't got to be IEMs. That's just like my stereo. It's built a little funky. There's no amp pushing the door speakers or anything like that. There's no extra tweeters. There's just a pair of subs and some. My wife's car, there's just one sub and everything else is factory speakers, factory head unit, all that. My truck, the factory head unit was roached out, so I had to replace that and replace the door speakers. They were roached out. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep everything well within the ballpark of each other as far as like the edges that I put on them so that it's a pretty fair test. That way, if I get 2 data points on, say, S90V, we got the same edge on them. I promise you I can probably spot some differences with IEMs. I can definitely spot differences going from headphone to headphone, even nicer ones. But, you know, it's just like the car stereos are rough slipshod deals. You know, I got 2 12s in my truck when I should have bought 8s. And, oh, yeah. No, the 112 in the wife's car will rattle everything inside the car, but you can't really hear it outside the car. Like, it keeps it all inside. But my truck, the speaker box in the truck, there's no room for the air to move. So the 12s don't hit nearly as hard as a pair of 8s would have. But me looking around, for stuff on eBay and Amazon, I saw it and went, you know, like I saw speaker boxes for 10s and I was like, do I get 10s or 8s? And then like I saw the box for 12s. I'm like, ooh, they're bigger, and got all emotional about it. Well, no, like you can see the mirrors on the doors rattle, stuff like that. You can hear stuff rattling around on the inside a little bit. The rear view mirror starts walking around in a circle. Like it hits, it's just the noise does not make it outside the car. But I think I'm only pushing like 750 watts through that thing, because I want to make it as bulletproof as possible. Like I don't ever want to have to worry about replacing the speaker again until it just dies of old age. Well, like I said, dude, that 112, it's in a giant speaker box. It's in a giant, very nice speaker box, plenty of air to move in the wife's car. I can feel my pants rattling on my legs. I can feel my hair moving around. Like, it's got plenty of thump. It just doesn't go outside the vehicle. That thing seems to be soundproofed well enough that it's keeping all the noise on the inside where it belongs. My truck, however, a new mod. What do you mean mod? A new moderator? Yeah, this is a Toyota RAV4. Yeah, I buy Bluetooth earbuds on that retractable neckband. I don't want to deal with AirPods and stuff like that. Yeah, I think the night he became a mod, I didn't have anybody in here, and the trolls were starting to come out in force, and it's like, bro, help me out here. But yeah, at some point down the road, I want to buy a new speaker box for the truck and put 8s in there and see if that does better. Yeah, I thought I wanted to hear the beat outside the car riding around, but it's like, you know what? I don't need that. I got about as much as I need there. I said, I'll bet good money your stereo is probably hitting harder than mine is, because I got 112 being pushed by 750 watts. And one giant speaker. It takes up about 2/3 of the floor space in the back of that thing. But I don't really need more than that. You know, when I was younger, I would have definitely pushed a lot harder for even more stereo, but realistically, I don't need it. Because trust me, I had grand designs. I had grand designs at one point. Gonna be going for a pair of 12s in the back, and then like an 8 under the passenger side seat. Get the door speakers upgraded to hell, get a much nicer head unit, all that stuff. And then it's like the older I get, it's like I don't need more than that. Like I don't need it. You know, and even though the truck is at a severe disadvantage because the 12s are so tight in that speaker box, I had to take the plate that you plug the wires into, that little plastic plate, and flip it upside down to make room to get the speakers in the box. When I say there's no room for air to move, I mean there is none. It still thumps hard enough that I'm okay with it, but, you know, I really did myself a disservice. I hate factory speakers. Oh, believe me, dude, I love feeling my music too. Especially, like, I bounce back and forth mostly between metal and I bounce mostly back and forth between metal and very, very, very violent electronic. So, wow. All right. But, yeah, so, like, I gotta have at least some kind of subwoofer capacity. Like, sorry, you don't have a... Oh, Fook, yes. Yes, 8.5 out of 10 there, brother. Matt, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. But yeah, it's like if you're blasting Anger Fist, you're not going to get nearly enough out of it if you don't have a subwoofer of some kind. Matt, you are good. No worries, man. The stream started way early. Wilderness, you bought a Ford, didn't you? Was that a Ford or a GMC? Okay, Chevy. I was gonna say, I know for a fact Ford uses the worst goddamn factory speakers they can get their hands on. All right, Braxton, we'll see you later, man. We'll probably see you back in here in a couple hours. And I will take that back. Ford at least did one good thing. They released a trimmer edition of the Ranger that came from the factory with a pair of 12s in it and a really nice sound system. That was nice to have. Well, it wasn't nice for me. A buddy of mine had it. Wow. Matt, we're doing S90V on the Benchmade mini Bedlam right here. Yeah, all the Fords that I've owned came with the shittiest factory speakers imaginable. You're talking about the paper cones with magnets that are literally that thick on the back of them. Like, fuck that shit. My last Ford, it was a Ranger, and I ended up beefing it up a little bit by taking 5x7 speakers and putting them in small cardboard boxes behind the seat. Matt, I have several cardboard Slayer beads, actually. Yeah, if you're only going to do one modification to your car, if you're only going to do one, do the stereo. Yeah, even if you're not going to do subs, unless your car comes from the factory with like good speakers and all that, fix your sound system, because like you're going to spend a lot of time inside that car. Oh, the under-seat subs are for her. Honey, why is there a towel on the seat? Yeah, get in. Well, that's what I was saying. If you're only going to do one. If you're only going to do one. Well, I don't think they need cardboard in this kind of shape. Well, if you're buying a car with shit brakes, like you've already made a couple of mistakes there. Is like, again, unless you're planning on trying to do performance driving on public roads, brake technology is as far, like, brake technology is really, really fucking good. All right, Fook, we'll see you in a little bit here. But, you know, brake technology is already very good. You know, brakes on modern cars are very good. Unless you're planning on performance driving on public roads, you don't really need to upgrade factory brakes on a new enough car. Yeah, your boy ain't got window tint money. You should have seen the window tint when I bought that truck. It was peeling and had bubbles so bad you couldn't see out of the window. Like, it was one of the shittiest home jobs I've ever seen in my life. Which I knew it was going to have to come off, and it took me forever to get it removed. I knew I was going to have to remove that tint. I think the windows on the back doors are tinted, but the back window itself isn't tinted. And my front door windows aren't tinted. Which, tint would be nice, but your boy ain't got window tint money. $400 sounds like a really good deal for that kind of tent work. Like, I would get some other quotes, but 400 sounds almost too good to be true. What's on my roadkill list? You're going to have to provide some more clarity. I don't understand the question you're asking there, Arthur. Gotcha. Did I definitely get some more quotes? As I said, to me, 400 sounds like like a rabbit and a couple of squirrels. Like, that's it. But yeah, like, I don't know that much. Knives and Pizza, what's going on? How you doing? We got another super steel and another super steel that lasted an hour and a half on the factory edge. So we're on 17.5 degrees per side. Only other thing that I can tell you about as far as accidents with animals is I was on a back road in Carrollton, and I'm on the road and I see something come running off of the side of the road, turn right and run right there in front of my car, running away from the car, and I nudged it back off into the field it came from. Oh, no doubt, Wilderness, no doubt. But I have no idea what it was. It was dark outside and my headlight sucked, so I couldn't really see it. I just saw it come running out. I tried to slow down and I grazed it and knocked it back into the field that it ran out of. And there was a little tiny dent above the headlight of the car, and that was it. I have no idea what the hell it was, anything like that. It was just a weird experience. Knock on wood. Been real lucky about deer. It seemed a little big for a coyote. Like, it was like small, like really small for a deer, big for a dog or another animal like that. I don't know. Joseph, what's up? How you doing, man? Well then, Carrie, what's up? How you doing, man? We got the mini Bedlam on deck with that S90V. Man, I am doing good. I am doing good. I got some new toys to play with in the shop. I made I made wood turning a lot easier to deal with. If you've been there for the bead making streams, those resin beads where I'd have to stop and sharpen like 3 times, I had to stop and sharpen my tools like 3-4 times to get through one bead. Those days are done. Those days are done. I got carbide bits, carbide tools. And we spent 35 bucks on them on Temu. And they are working great so far with a little bit of tweaking. Well, I think the Bedlam itself is a much larger knife. I think. I remember looking it up at one point. This is new, apparently. So Rich over at Ace on Knives said that Benchmade reached out to him and sent 3 of them for him to check out. And they weren't released yet. And he sent one to me right after they released. So, like, this has been in my hands for, like, I think about 2 weeks now, something like that. OP, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, 350 bucks. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's a pain in the ass to have it in your pocket with keys and everything else. Yeah, you guys coming in, hit that like button for me, please. We're trying to reach 100 before 7 hours elapses because that's how things have been lately. I will say, though, the ergonomics on this are treating me so damn good. Just the tip. And only till the swelling goes down. And you guys, I don't have a pizza box for you this week. That's it. My spending got a little bit reckless while I was on vacation, so we're recovering from that. All right, brother. See you right back. Zach, what's up? How you doing, man? How are you doing, Zach? Nice. It's called a fetus till it's on the outside. Wilderness, I appreciate the hype, my brother. Oh, you guys ain't gonna believe this, but I actually used the Husky, I used the Husky flashlight for something actually helpful last night. I forgot something inside the store whenever I got locked out for the night. So I kicked on turbo mode and kept waving it at the door until somebody saw it from across the building and came to see what the hell it was all about. Yeah, I had a buddy when he had his kid. Him and the missus wanted to wait until the kid was born to tell everybody what it was. And she got a little weirded out when I called it the International Fetus of Mystery. Because he's European. So International Fetus of Mystery was a fantastic thing to call it. And it's like, no, it's a fetus until it's on the outside. No. Yeah, the only caveat to that is the Husky is like way too large to conveniently carry it on your person day to day. I can wear it comfortably under my belt, but that's still a bit of bulk. Yeah, I mean, personally, I categorize fetus and infant as two different things. Fetus till it's on the outside. Infant when it's no longer on the inside. But that's just me. Yeah, like I said, dude, I'm actually excited about the O-pin. That should be a lot of fun, especially with the green laser pointer on it. That's where it gets super useful, is with the laser pointer on it and the ability to serve trow as a pin. Yeah, that's kind of a dream combo right there. I said, I love the fact that I found that kind of a use with the, oh, damn, that's sweet. And I don't know, like, my brain is on, I should probably live stream on Sunday, get some more beads made, even though I have a shit ton now. Just get myself some beads made for a Blade Show and get a second live stream in for the week. But with it being the Merry Egg event, I may not be able to. I may be out doing something with the much better half. Yeah, you know, Joseph, we are slowly annihilating the edge of this knife. It's still pretty sharp, but we've only been at this for 30 minutes on a brand new edge. If this behaves like the last time we did S90V, the same steel, we should be at least 5 hours. So we're only a half hour into that mess. But yeah, she is still chooching quite nicely. Joseph, I don't think I'd be buying another one right now. The very first ones they dropped way back when, yes, absolutely. However, I tested Live and Kicking. It's way more than 100 by now. It has to be. It has to be. But you know, the new ones that I tested, the black one and the olive drab, that is some of the worst steel I have seen in the time I have been doing these live streams. And I do mean hands down the worst steel, no exaggeration. That is some of the worst D2 I have ever encountered. Now, you might get a good one that doesn't have those issues, but I don't like my odds on that. Because I was going to get an orange one to test it out just to see if there were some differences, but I'm not touching another one of those again. Yeah, we need plenty of stickers up here. Like I said, we'll talk about that a little bit later whenever we do the thing with the I guess so knife. But I reached out to TRM on Instagram. Yeah, I don't think they're worth buying anymore. But I reached out to TRM on Instagram and they never responded. So I'm guessing barking up that tree ain't gonna get me nowhere. I think I may have found I found their website and sent them an email as well. And yeah, nothing back from them about it yet. So I got a feeling. Yeah, the nice guy is a really good knife. I got mine in Nitro V. But it's a good one. As far as doing this thing is extremely comfortable. For an extended session of push cuts, the ergos are fantastic. My hand is not the slightest bit bothered. It's nice not going knuckles into the table to try to get the bottom of that cut handle. Like, it's really, 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 really nice for the exact thing we're doing right now. But yeah, the Kaiser Nice Guy, that's a really good knife. Yeah, speaking of which, I still have mine down here from doing my last Budget Bangers video. I really, really like this knife. This is one that I'm always sad I don't really get to carry that often. So I've got my emotional support water. And then we've got a Viking Berry Monster. And then, just in case, the good Mountain Dew. The Mountain Dew supplied by the Lord himself. Oh, you guys want to hear the bullshittiest bullshit to ever bullshit. All right, there's a company that has apparently been reaching out to content creators on YouTube. That Mountain Dew is a gift from the 8-pound, 9-ounce baby Jesus of Nazareth, and I will not hear that blasphemy. But, this company has been reaching out to content creators on YouTube, and I'm assuming other platforms. And they're asking to use your content to help train AI, right? They said that based on the amount of content I've created on my channel, they're valuing it at around $163,000 and some change. And that for like the first month of using the content, it'd be like $16,000. Here's the thing. There is no way in hell that's not a scammity scam. There's no way. Because they're like, you'll retain all the rights to your stuff. We're not going to use your face. We're not going to use your voice. We're just using it to train AI. And it's like, there's no way you are paying that much for something that's that non-invasive, basically, is non-invasive as your advertising. Yeah, there's no way it's not some kind of a scam. And I looked around on Reddit and the internet to see if anybody else had dealt with those guys. And someone said their entertainment lawyer looked at it and said that he wouldn't sign that without some major revisions to the contract. Mafio Bill, what's up? Brando, you ain't missed too much. We had to sharpen this thing. That's about it. I don't remember the name of the company. Like, I can't look at that email until I stop streaming and I can use this phone again. Like, if I had any way of verifying they were legit before making contact and turning myself into something that they will never leave alone again, if I had some way to verify it, trust me, I would. Well, Georgie, hopefully you rest like the dead. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the writing on the wall is already there with AI. There's nothing we can do to put that genie back in the bottle. Yeah, we don't talk like that, George. But, like, I'd love to be able to just verify. I'd love to be able to just verify is it legit or not? And I can't really get an answer on it. Or hang on. Let me see. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I can't get into that Gmail account without remembering the password, which I don't. Like, I don't get it. The Knives I Guess Gmail account is connected to my Gmail. It won't show up on this phone, but it'll show up on this one. GTO Sweat, what's up? Oh, Wilderness, have you ordered a shirt yet? Because I ordered one sample of each design. My tip up is the Lord's Carry and Let's Flick the Bean on the shirts. And they have been significantly delayed. So if I don't get them before Blade Show, I'm going to be fucking pissed. But Brando, I already told you, you didn't miss much, man. We had to stop and sharpen. That's about all you really missed. Which I'm a little disappointed by the delay, but if they're not here before Blade Show, I'm going to be fucking pissed. I don't need that plan derailed because of someone else's shit. Like, I think their anticipated delivery was April 12th through 16th, and it's still not here. And I emailed them like, yeah, we had a much higher volume of orders than January than usual, so we're behind. Which I'm willing to accept that answer. You know, damn it, Brando. You know, I'm willing to accept that answer. It's just hopefully now that I've emailed them, they'll step on the gas and get them out here. I mean, if it shows up and you can't get yours in time, at the very least, I'll have a second one. Which I'm assuming I'll have to let you have the tip up as the Lord's Carry shirt instead of the Let's Flick the Bean, but we also know I'm wearing the Let's Flick the Bean shirt. We know. But there should be a gray one in there as a completely separate option there just for you, man. Mafia Bill, dude, not cool, man. Not cool, dude. We no. Come on, man. Well, I'm not yelling at your dog. I mean, you might not be wrong, Wilderness. That being said, though, this was ordered a few weeks ago. Now, as far as tariff issues go, I'm waiting to see what happens with the lander that I backed on Kickstarter. We don't know yet whether the price is going up on them or if they're getting held off on and delayed for a long time. There is absolutely no telling. Was it the Lander 5? Yeah, they might not. That being said, hopefully me emailing and asking if I needed to just get a refund on it kind of put some pep in their step. Yeah, that's a Naps. That's one of their newest ones. There's the Lander 5, and I think they also dropped the Lander 6 while they're doing the Kickstarter for the Lander 5. The Kickstarter. Yeah, ask your mother-in-law if she can do an iron-on Let's Flick the Bean shirt. No, like that'll probably be like the last resort. It's like I can email you the vector file, and then if need be, then go for it. I'm assuming we're counting Murph out on the trip. Yeah, we're not doing that, Brando. Yeah, that's the fun part of stuff like that, is rolling the dice on will she get offended or will it be funny? All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna bust a whiz. I thought I could make it another 15 minutes, but nope. Ah, okay. So the name of the thing. Let me just write this down in case it comes back up. Okay, that's the name of the company that sent me the email. So if anybody knows a better way to find out if these guys are legit, RHEI AI training. Yeah, they asked, it's like, let's flick the bean. That's what it is. Yeah, it's like I've been. It's like it's weird that they valued my channel at like $163,000. All right, that's where I get thrown. And they're talking about potentially 16,000 in the first month. Like, it's like, I don't have a problem with it being used for AI training at this point. That writing is on the wall. That writing is on the wall. Might as well benefit from it myself. It's just, I don't know whether or not that's remotely trustworthy with the kind of ridiculous numbers they're throwing out there. Yeah. Punisher, what's up, man? How you doing? Yeah, that's the other thing I'm worried about too, is like they're gonna be like, you know, we're gonna have to log into your account to do stuff, and it's like, nope, you are definitely not doing that. It sounds scammy. It's not my Carta. This is, I believe, G10. Well, like the sinus infection deal come back, or what's happening with your mom? Well, we got Demetrius in here. But if you haven't done so already, you guys hit that like button, man. Let's see if we can get to 100 before the end of the night. I know we can get 100 out of y'all. Ah, dude, I am so sorry, man. That is fucking brutal. Well, in less upsetting news, like I shared earlier, like if you remember the complaints I had about the wood turning tools I was making the beads with, we got a set of carbide tools finally off of Temu for 35 bucks, and they are working fucking fantastic. It has gotten so much fucking easier to get beads turned down. Nah, dude. I would rather you be here talking about it than be sitting there stewing in your shit. All right? Like, I would really rather you be in here talking about it than sitting there stewing on it. You know, I'm just trying to think of some lighter news that we can at least buy you some time distracted with. All right, so we are at the end of the first hour on this edge. Oh. MHMD, what's up? How you doing, man? Okay, emotional support caffeine time. Yeah, the mini Bedlam. Which I would not have this if it were not for the fact that Ace on Knives sent it to me as a gift. Yeah, he's all right. Like, I was wondering whether or not he was going to start making more knife content, and then he switched over to DayZ, which is an interesting shift. I'm assuming he's trying to kind of fish around and see what will work for him to bring some life back into the channel. Because I think he just got really tired of doing knife stuff. The edge is not toast. The edge is not toast. I was intentionally slowing this cut down and trying to find where the first bad spot is. but no, like this edge is an hour old. It's not toast. Oh no, like, cause yeah, he had said someone at Benchmade reached out to him and offered for him to check out. Yeah, no kidding. He said someone at Benchmade reached out to him and offered the Bedlams for him to check out, so they sent him 3. He kept the really cool one. He sent me this one, which is also really cool, and he sent the 3rd one off to someone else. Okay, okay. Chuck Norris can see why kids love to taste the Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Like I said, like, it's, again, I've mentioned it before, but I am of 2 minds. Like, the prices are really high, but they're also paying the people that work for them a living wage. And it's like, you know, a poverty spec bug out should still be $100. I'll stand by that. Yeah, all right. And, like, you know, the more we think about it and the more I talk about it, you know, I'm kind of getting a more and more clear picture of, like, where I stand on that. And I will say right now, if I am going to spend $300 on a knife, I would really rather it go to someone that's paying their people a living wage. You know, I'd rather that go to an American company paying their people a good wage. Yeah, it's too rich for my blood. I can't, you know, it's like, I can't afford to buy Benchmades. I wish I could, because I like the brand. I do. I can't afford them. This thing has got some shortcomings, but I think those shortcomings might be limited to just me and how I carry it. That being said, I think they would have picked, I think, what was I going to say? I think they would impact a lot of other people. All right, we'll give this 10 minutes. Well, no, see, Bigfoot is blurry, and no one realizes it. Bigfoot is blurry, and he lives exclusively in out-of-focus areas. Killer llamas. All right, which figure do you want now, brother? I appreciate it. Which figure would you like to pick out this time? Okay. Frankenstein, Knight, Grim Reaper, Robot, Alien, Ninja, Scuba Guy, or Mummy? I think that might have been Mitch Hedberg. But yeah, this upcoming week, we're doing a Kaiser. We are carrying a Kaiser for the upcoming week. Mummy it is. Mummy it is. Kill Llamas, thank you, sir. Thank you. The Mummy is definitely a favorite. Oh my god. No, we did do Frank. We did do Frank. I don't know. Is it just me or y'all? Is y'all's feed like kind of blinking out for a second? All right. Got about 7 minutes. We'll pick up the we'll pick the bullshit back up again. I just realized I've been sitting here for 4 hours already. But I can show you some new beads. We started at 2:30. I cleared some extra time for the S90V in case it did go long. Yeah, I got into a new blank today. Yeah, no, that sounds a bit more like it, Zach. Oh, Punisher, Punisher, Punisher. I've been meaning to tell you. I've been meaning to tell you. I don't know if I sent you an email or not. Your shit went in the mail yesterday. Yeah, I also got some alien eggs in white resin. We're calling them ghost eggs. Full Throttle, what's up? How you doing? So we do have glow in the dark capability on this. It's a real faint blue glow. Okay. Yeah, like I don't remember. Like the last couple days has been a little hectic. So yeah, this right here is some inlace acrylister, which doesn't mean a lot to you guys, but the stuff is really, really fucking hard to turn down, which is why I hadn't done it on the stream. But the new turning tools really, really made this easy to do. Yeah, look at the sheer number of beads I now have to work with. And if I am free Sunday night, I'll be doing some live streaming, making some more. If I'm not, I won't. But yeah, I'm planning on doing some more live streams making these. All right, 3 minutes, we're going to start back up. as tired as I have been for this last week, like going back to work was a hell of a shock to the system. I am definitely not, I'm not at full chooch right now. Brando, hang on till after Blade Show. All right, I'm talking to KO, seeing if he wants to do the labor intensive part and get it up on eBay and listed and sold there. That way he can make some money and I can make some money. Because I'm not about to go through every single bead and show them all off one by one by one. And unless I am confident I can get them sold, I'm not going to bother trying to take pictures. KO, I'm going to send him a batch of them. If he can get them sold, great. If not, not the end of the world. Oh, Brando, these are going to be like 25, 30 bucks a pop, dude. Yeah, well, and first off, well, no, the thing is like, people are going to have fun picking through the bag. They're going to have to dig through the bag and find one they like. Now, what I need to do is I need to have someone that's got a resin 3D printer print me a square block. A square block that's got my logo hollowed out in it that I can pour resin in, and then turn that down so you got a bead with my logo smack in the middle and like glow in the dark resin. Yeah, dude, I mean, these things take some effort to make. Like they cost money to make. But yeah, this I've been excited about for a hot minute now. We are carrying this bad boy. All right. Let's get back to getting back. Let's just put it this way. Resin ain't fucking cheap. And like the kind of resin I really need to be ha! And if I write Medford on the beads, they'll be worth nothing. But no, like if like I need to be using Alumilite on these things, and that Alumilite gets real expensive real fast. Like Alumilite is some expensive shit. Yeah, Brando, keep that out of here. You damn well know better. Yes, I don't even want to start that mess. But yeah, like Brando, I get it, but I don't feel like starting that shit show. I said there's a very, very good reason we keep that out of here. But no, I mean, hopefully, like if I get him to KO, he can actually get them sold, because that's going to be a nice little chunk of profit split between us. Brando, I know it was a joke. I get that it was a joke. That being said, you know the kind of fucking shit-ass behavior that can kick off. That can kick off people acting like absolute fucking assholes, and I don't want that behavior in here. It's like the resin that I bought that was far less expensive. That stuff takes like 3 fucking days to cure out. Alumilite can be ready to go in 24 hours. Not the biggest deal in the world, but like right now, I'm waiting on some blanks to cure out that have some little, it's like a plastic version of aquarium gravel that glows in the dark, and it's really, really good stuff. So I pour that in the molds, I pour clear resin over it, I throw it in the vacuum chamber, get the bubbles out, all that stuff. They look awesome. However, right now the resin is so soft that it's just kicking the little rocks out. And I want those to come out well because they look cool as shit. I don't know if letting the resin cure out all the way is going to let it lock in and hold on to those things tight enough that they won't keep throwing the little rocks out. I'm going to be disappointed if that doesn't work out because like I've got enough blanks together for another, I don't know, 10 or 11 of them. It would be a huge challenge, Knives and Pizza. It would be very difficult to do that. Like, I would have to drill the blank out. Well, no, because, like, I'd have to cast that around a brass tube to make that work. And casting around a brass tube is real fucking difficult. Like, theoretically, it's possible, but in a practical sense, you're talking about a shitload of effort, shitload of experimentation. Like, you're talking about a shitload of work to make that happen. And you're also talking about a very, very tiny bug. Now, I will say, bugs are notoriously difficult to cast in resin. For some reason, they let a bunch of giant air bubbles out, and they really don't respond well to being put in resin. Hadn't thought about that in ages. Big Smoke, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Appreciate that. Yeah, we got a Benchmade mini Bedlam right here. Are we Big Smoke, Big Gorilla? We're just going to call you Big for short. My eyes are not good enough to pick up what the hell that emoji is. We're just going to go with Big, but... yeah, how you doing, man? Welcome. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, like, it looked like a little bit of smoke there for a second, and I looked a little bit closer, I was like, is that a gorilla? Yeah, that's a gorilla. Pretty sure that's a gorilla. My eyesight is so bad now. Yo, let me tell you, middle age is fucking hitting my ass like a ton of freight trains. Okay, I eventually got there. It's a gorilla. I got there eventually. But like you guys can tell, I'm getting super excited about new tools for the garage, like for the workshop. And I'm going to sleep listening to World War II documentaries. Middle age is really fucking my ass up right now. Well, again, here's the thing. You put bugs in resin and they release a bunch of trapped air and they make this weird bubble around them that looks like shit. It is very, very, very hard to cast bugs in resin cleanly. I don't know how to do it. So I said, I hadn't thought about that in ages, but like in some of the forums that I was on for, that's probably not a fart, Brando, but, you know, the forums I was in for guys that were casting resin and doing stuff like that. By the way, hit the like button, you guys, if you haven't. Really appreciate it. We're working our way towards that first 100 for the night. But, you know, guys were tearing their hair out trying to figure it out. It does glow in the dark, however, there's too many lights in here for it to really show. But the cardboard slayer bead does glow in the dark. Trust me, that's one of the first things I did. I think at that point I didn't know whether or not I could actually get the cardboard slayer beads made. Is the thing. Because I believe that was done in between the last live stream and this live stream. So at that point I didn't know whether or not I could actually do cardboard and resin. Again, Brando, I don't think you understand what's going on with the bead making there. I appreciate that, Illumin. Like I said, you're talking about an insane level of difficulty to cast something like that and drill a hole through it and have that hole centered well enough to capture something like that in a bit of resin that's literally that thick. I said, I don't think it's clicking with you how thin the walls of these beads are. Yeah, we're doing all right, Fook. We're doing all right. Well, no, you're not talking about a bead there, Brando. You're not. That wasn't a bead on the end of his cane. That was a fucking big-ass chunk of resin. What, do you think the thing on top of his cane was like that big around or something? That was a whole ass damn bottle stopper blank. Ace on Knives, what's up? Yeah, you know it. You know we had to do this, man. Nah, they're not that hard to turn, dude. It's just you got to have good tools or be ready to sharpen frequently. They're not that hard to turn. If you're dealing with a piece of resin that fucking big, it's easy to put a mosquito in that and center it and all that. But when you're talking about something that's only this big and the walls are like that thick at most, you're not getting an insect in there. Let alone getting it in there and centering it well enough to not get cut to pieces by the drill bit, and also still be turnable. Aiden, what's up? How you doing, man? Hey, Rich, man, how you enjoying doing the DayZ content? You and me both, Aiden. You and me both, man. Nice, yeah. Because I kind of figured you'd probably gotten yourself burned all the way out on doing knife content. So it looked like you were trying to branch out into something else. Which, the gaming stuff is a lot of fun if you have the right people, the right people with you when you're playing. All right, Fook, we'll see you in a while. So no, like I said, as long as you can get it without the air bubbles showing up in a blank as big as that, all right? In a blank large enough to turn down that amber ball with a mosquito in it, that's not hard to do. That's not too shabby of a start. That is not too shabby of a start. I think my first, God knows how many live streams, I topped out at like 11 people and got like 200 views. So that's not a bad start at all. Are you streaming over on Twitch, or where are you streaming that stuff? Because like Twitch is the place to be if you're gaming. Yeah, Rich, I would go ahead and I would post up on Twitch now and start building your following on Twitch now. So, I mean, that's the thing. Is like what would be a much better fit for what you're trying to do is to stream on Twitch and use your YouTube channel to do your knife content and also plug your Twitch stream at the end of the video. You know, it's like, hey, if you want to watch me play some DayZ with a friend of mine, drop by Twitch. Here's a link to the Twitch channel. Well, no. You don't stream on YouTube. YouTube does not give anybody any views for streaming gaming, really. Like, that's not the place you want to be streaming. Bro. I have no time for games right now. Like, I know you understand. With a full-time job and this, that's already like 6 days at work, basically. You know, like doing a live stream is a full like 8-hour shift, basically. And then my Sundays or my other day off, I'm filming videos for the rest of the week to upload and taking care of other business. That being said, at some point in the future, yeah, if I hit the point where I can do YouTube full time, for sure. That is not a problem. Now, I don't think you understand how foul my language gets when I'm gaming. However, that may be a treat for your audience. Oh yeah, no doubt. But like I said, like, if it was me and I was doing what you're doing right now, I would port the gaming stuff over to Twitch, use the YouTube channel to advertise your Twitch streams, and also do your knife content, and keep them separate. I wouldn't necessarily try to dual stream. But yeah, LMAX is a favorite now. I like LMAX a lot. But I probably could make Arlie Ermy blush. Like, you guys have heard me just when I'm going off on trolls and I'm not actually angry. You guys have heard me fucking around with trolls and not even being like game rage angry. Yeah, I mean, that right there, Punisher, is a dead giveaway that what he was doing was a bit. Like, that was just an act. I'm sure he went home. He was like the most quiet, reserved fucking... I mean, really, if he's gonna start blushing at some foul language and stuff like that, like, nah, he ain't about that life. That is entirely stage persona. Ace on Knives, he's playing DayZ. He's playing DayZ. Which, all things being considered right now, like, you may want to work in You're a DayZ if you do on your stream. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like there's a lot of jokes to be had there, but you know, it's like playing a lot of Call of Duty and shit like that. You play Call of Duty or you play Destiny and you go into the PvP suite, you end up playing a lot of fucking domination. It took me years of being forced to play domination to remember I could be like, "Are you ever been to sea, Billy?" And it broke my heart. You know, so as soon as I realized that, trust me, every time I was playing domination, "Are you ever been to sea?" Like, it was great. "Are you ever been to sea, Billy?" "No, Captain, but I've been blown ashore." Oh, by the way, Rich, has RHEI AI training reached out to you yet? so far, Joseph. Come on, we're at 68 likes. Someone give me one more. Ground Fog, what's up? How you doing? Someone give me one more like here. We're at 68. Jack Burdine, thank you, sir. Thank you for the $2. All right. Socks are off. Thank you for the support, my dude. Another $2 getting kicked into the Blade Show fund. Yeah, so we're looking at Blade Show being an event. And I gotta buy another Blade Show is in June. Blade Show is at the beginning of June. But I gotta pick up a couple more battery banks just to make sure I've got enough phone battery to do my filming. Because I do plan on doing some filming at Blade Show. The June Blade Show is going to be in Atlanta. I know Blade Show Texas has already happened. I don't know about what you call it, Midwest Blade Show in Salt Lake City or in Utah. Yeah, Jack, well, you know the rule. Only commit one crime at a time. But yeah, I'm planning on doing some recording at Blade Show, and then I got to sit there and deal with getting those clips strung together and edited out, which that's going to be a long day. You and me both, Joseph. You and me both. Trust me. I'm at the point where the run up to Blade Show, right now, this is my entire personality. Like, that is my predominant thought pretty much day in and day out. Yeah, well, I don't have what you would call a hatred for the unwashed masses. There is a general distrust and very, very low expectations. A person can be a good person, but people, collectively, as a large group, no. Oh, man. Oh shit, we got 69 likes, guys. Fuck yeah, funny number, hell yeah. There's not a show in the Northeast. There's Blade Show West, Blade Show Texas, and Blade Show Atlanta. So if you're trying to go, you're going to be in for a drive. Like if you want to go to Blade Show, you should go at least once, even if you got to make a drive to get there. Just plan, if you're staying at a hotel, book that shit out like a year in advance, basically. Every hotel room close to Blade Show is booked out. That being said, you can get some hotels in Marietta not too far away that you can use so that you got somewhere to crash. But I feel like it's worth going if that's the kind of thing you're into. I feel like it's worth going at least once. Yeah, it's just like going to Smoky Mountain Knife Works. At some point, I'm going to go to the Promised Land. Dragon King, what's going on? How you doing, man? Welcome. Brando, appreciate that, man. We doing socks or we picking a figure, my dude? Jerry, we're doing socks. We're doing socks. Jerry, thank you for that, my brother. Jerry's like, I seen enough goddamn feet. I saw enough feet in the Navy. Well, I got to put them on first, Brando. Up, there we go. There we go. We got a birthday. I knew I should have made the bingo card. All right, Brando picked Frank out. Yeah, sorry, man. Your timing was a little off. Brando, thank you. Also, Caleb, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, just be ready. The last birthday you're going to get real excited about is going to be the 25th birthday. But y'all hit that like button on the way in the door, guys. Working on getting that first 100. Well, Frank is actually a zombie, but I've been calling him Frankenstein for so long that it's just that's what I'm comfortable with now. Like, trying to call it a zombie is just now doesn't feel right. I wonder how far off the gap between y'all typing this and me seeing it is. You probably need a coarser stone, Caleb. Do you know what grit stones you're working on? Because, I mean, if you're trying to, like, hog material off, if you're trying to hog material off, 400 is about the finest stone you're going to want. You know, if you're trying to work off an 800 grit stone or 1,000 grit, something like that, yeah, you're going to be at that forever. Gotcha. Well, yeah, you might want to double check all that, because like 500 grit's not something that's normally purchasable. And then like 100 grit, if you've got a 100 grit stone, you really should have no problem hogging material off. It sounds like you probably have 600 going to 1,000. It's what it sounds like. Of course, without holding your stones and looking at them, I couldn't say for sure. Yeah, you need to be on a coarse stone. You need to be on like 400 grit or lower if you're going to try to hog material off. Because 5CR should be pretty easy to just run material off of that edge. It's like, what's your budget for stones? What is your budget for stones? Okay, so don't do 500 a stone. Don't do 500 a stone. If you've got 500 to spend, get the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Professional Elite. That's a $500 kit that will take you from a 220 grit stone up to 3,000 grit bonded resin stones, and then get you a good strop. All right, you can get stupid sharp edges. That's what I did on this one. You can see how mirrored the bevel out is right there. Yeah, Amazon works. I don't know if they have the professional yet, but you can get the elite version of the professional. But you can get the Precision Adjust Professional, the baseline model, which will still get you a long way. And they do include a strop that'll hold you over until you get a nicer strop. I will say I prefer using diamond emulsion. Which I get Cutting Lace EDC's diamond emulsion. Yeah, well, I mean, the Work Sharp Tri-Stone, then you should be easily able to hog material off pretty easily, so it might be your technique. It might be your technique on the stone that's giving you problems. And then again, if you're not stropping when you're done, you're not going to feel like you got a sharp knife at all. All right, let me see. Do I have something that's starting to get a little bit dull? That ain't it. Okay, so this. So you see that right there. I've got 2 strops with a Cutting Lace EDC's diamond emulsion on it. Let's see how much sharper this gets off of that. So we'll do a fresh shot. Now this is just stropping. I'm not even necessarily fully sharpening. And okay, that's 9 micron. That is a rough micron to start on. That is far rougher than you need to start. Well, unless you're really beating the shit out of your knife, 5CR15 should treat you pretty well. You're never really going to notice how quick it wears out. But now we're on to the 5 micron. Joseph, no worries. This is just basic edge maintenance. I'm just showing you what a difference a good strop with some good emulsion can make. Now we're going down to 1 micron, which 1 micron diamond emulsion, that's probably about the finest you want to go. If you get a 5 micron and a 1 micron diamond emulsion, that will take care of you. You can get your knives as sharp as you need to on them. I just happen to have these things. I happen to have the nice toys, so I'm going to use the nice toys. But again, this is the diamond emulsion I bought from Cutting Lace EDC, which Lacey's good people. And the strops are just $10 strops from Amazon. They are the cheapest thing you can get. 3CR, you can get stupid fucking sharp. If you know what you're doing and you got good equipment, you can get 3CR stupid fucking sharp. .3CR won't hold the edge for long, but you can get it stupid fucking sharp. Now we're down to 0.1 micron. Way finer than you have any business going. Hang on, hang on. Now, you can kind of see where there's a noticeable difference. It's not going to replace a full sharpening. But this knife sucks too. Yeah. It helped, but yeah. Like, you can do that with it. It's still a shitty cut, but it helped. The Bedlam is not done. The Bedlam is not done. We just took a break for a minute. I'm kind of explaining some stuff. But no, the Bedlam is not done. The Bedlam I did a full sharpening job on. And we've been cutting up cardboard for almost 2 hours with it. Cool Cars, what's up? But yeah, if you want to spend $120, get the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Elite. All right, that will let you put a stupid crazy edge on something, and as long as you got a decent strop, you can get some pretty unbelievable edges. RJJ, what up, man? How you doing? Welcome. Y'all hit the like button on the way in the door if you'd be so kind. I would appreciate it ever so much. The robot hasn't gotten any love in a little while. It's still fairly sharp. It's still fighting the good fight, but it's definitely got some wear on it. Appreciate that, folks. Yeah, definitely hit the like button. Subscribe if you're enjoying what you're seeing here, because we do this every week. And if you enjoy me hanging out shooting the shit with you guys, you know, I said you should have seen the edge right after I finished sharpening. Would you quit doing that? I don't know if Punisher dipped out or what. No, I think his sister's up there staying with his mom right now. She's in the hospital, really high potassium, dehydration, and kidney issues. Cool Cars, you all right there, boo-boo? Looks like you're struggling a little bit. Yeah, I'll let Punisher fill you in more when he comes back. If he did depart, I didn't see him announce it. But I've also been in like 5 different places at once. Hell yeah! Yeah, we're up to 73 likes. Like I said, hopefully we can hit 100 before the end of the night. Thank you, Joseph. Okay, there we go. All right, that sounds pleasant, Knives and Pizza. That just sounds pleasant. Yeah, Joseph. Thus far, the handle's been extremely comfortable. Let's go ahead and get this shit-ass piece of cardboard over with. Joe, your horse is starving. Go see your horse. Your horse is starving, man. Your horse is like, I wish I knew what a watch was so I knew how long I've been waiting on food. Punisher, go eat. Go eat, take care of yourself, and we'll see you back here in a little while, brother, all right? Go check on your horse. Yeah, Joseph, it has been extremely comfortable, especially considering how many hours I've been doing this so far today. This live stream is now 5 hours and 20 minutes old. Now, I said the only real major issue I have here is one. Well, I'm getting side-to-side blade play on this, and then the skull cracker right here. Skull cracker right here kind of chewed me up, reaching into my pocket for stuff. Least comfortable knife tested yet is gonna be that Sativian ST155. Oh, believe me, this thing's way out of my price range too. However, we have an opportunity to get a second data point on S90V. So we're going to get a second data point on S90V. Son of a bitch. I can't even afford a ticket to get on the struggle bus. Brando, I don't know if there is a budget S90V. That is not a cheap steel, my dude. Okay, so we are at the end of another hour. So we are 2 hours into this bitch. Cool cars, you go shower. Which one did you think was using different steel, Joseph? Boyisk, what's up? How you doing, man? How you doing, boo-boo? CJRB normally uses AR RPM 9, but yeah, they don't always. So we got Benchmade Mini Bedlam S90V. All right, so we got a 361 where we had a 326 an hour ago. That's really good edge wear. That's really good on the edge wear. We had a 327 towards the tip in the second area we're going to test. Let's see what we pull there. .447, so blade shape, you're looking at scimitar, you're looking at trailing point is going to be the one to go with. This should be, no, this is not a drop point. This is a trailing point. So with a trailing point, the tip comes up here. It's not in line with the center of the blade. It's more in line with the top of the blade. That's going to be your trailing point. A drop point's exactly what it sounds like. The drop point is more in line with the center of the blade, and it drops down to here. Yeah, it does look a bit like a scimitar. It also looks, it does look a lot like a scimitar. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have seen these called scimitar grinds. All right, so we will give this about 3 more minutes and we'll pick it back up. Well, I think what you're thinking, Brando, is a clip point. Be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Wingman VR, what's up? How you doing, man? Example. Derek Carrot, what's up? How you doing? Oh, I'm doing good. But no, a good example of a clip point is what you think of when someone says Bowie knife. Benchmade Mini Bedlam S90V. Yeah, sometimes links posted in the vertical live streams will work for some people and not for others. I don't have any visuals on the prototype yet, outside of the mock-ups that were 3D printed that I've showed you guys. I'm probably not, like, again, the design's not finalized, and the design is not finalized, and they don't have the digital file yet for the knife yet, so they can't really do a prototype. It's going to be a liner lock. It's going to be a real simple, straightforward liner lock. I'm looking at trying to keep manufacturing costs down and keep it simple. So that seemed like the best way, the best route to go. But yeah, once they have the finalized design and the 3D model in there, they should be able to get their prototyping done fairly fast, it seems like. Like I said, I am really, really, really looking forward to this. Cool Cars, what's up? But yeah, I am so looking forward to the prototype of the knife being in my hand. But right now, Brando, the prototypes and samples that I am going to be getting my hands on, they're going to be going to reviewers, basically. I'm trying to get the reviewers set up pre-release so that they can build up some hype with that, and also point out anything they find that's really wrong with it that needs to be fixed. I said, I'm waiting on it. I'm waiting on it. Like, that's kind of one of those things I've wanted since I was like a kid. You know, a folding knife that was my design. Around the cabin, what's going on? How you doing, man? We expect the price to be about 40 bucks. We're expecting the price to be about 40 bucks. That puts us in a good place. As far as I know, that puts us in a really good place. Hey, look, if I get rich, people like me better watch out from now on. But no, I don't expect to get rich. I don't even expect to make like a ton of money on this. But just the fact that a knife that I designed is out there is a big deal. Fook, you may be onto something. Yeah, and that was the goal. I was afraid that it might wind up being up around 55 bucks, somewhere around there, and I wanted it to be around 40 bucks. You know, that's part of why it's a real simple liner lock. You got G10 on there, G10 or acrylic. You know, real simple 9CR18 blade steel. Yeah, and then we got a flat grind on it, so that should help the cutting power. But I wanted to keep it at around 40 bucks and make it affordable for everybody. You know, and I especially wanted it to be affordable for you guys that watch these videos. Should be ball bearing, yes. We ain't doing an assisted open. Assisted openers can go fuck their own ass. Liner lock is strong enough. If you're doing something that causes that liner lock to fail, you fucked up pretty bad. Also, Jacob, what's up? How you doing? But, you know, if you're doing something that causes that liner lock to fail, you already fucked up. Like, that's on you. No, I'm sorry, but we got flipper tabs and we got ball bearings. There's no reason you need an assisted opener in this day and age. Believe me, when it's available to purchase on Amazon, I'm gonna make sure everybody knows I will not shut up about it. I will not. Yeah, it's going to be a basic EDC knife, just all around, you know, daily carry, concrete cowboy type stuff. You know, like with the combination of materials and build and everything else, you're looking at something that is aimed squarely at breaking down boxes and doing general day-to-day cutting. Definitely not going to be a hard user. Anonymous, what's up? How you doing, man? It has been a minute if I remember right. Oh, I'm doing good, Anonymous. I'm doing good, man. I've spent a lot of time recently screwing around in the shop making stuff. We're here doing a live stream. I'm doing good. You know, I'm enjoying the part of the year where I just will not shut the hell up about Blade Show. Everybody at work thought that I was going to Blade Show when I took this time off. You know, because I just took an 8-day break from work just to help combat some of the burnout. Everybody thought this was the week of Blade Show. I was like, no, that's in June. That's in June. I just needed some time off so I didn't burn all the way out. Blade length is going to be 3 inches on the regular version. All right, we have the I guess so at 3 inches, and then if that goes well, we're going to release the I really guess so at 4 inches. Anonymous, we have got the Benchmade Mini Bedlam in S90V steel. The shape of the blade's nice. I prefer a drop point, but this just looks so damn cool. It just looks so damn cool, I can't be mad at it. I prefer a drop point, but I will say for what we're doing here tonight, that's a really good blade shape. Ugh. I mean, you just got a real basic trailing point blade here with a flat grind up into your swedge. But yeah, I was like, around the cabin, I kind of knew exactly what I was looking for, and I started off with the 4-inch version. I was going to do the 4-inch version first, but KO, he designed one down at 3/4 scale, and with the pictures, the 3/4 scale looks like it's going to work for more people. Oh, this blade shape's doing great. My knuckles aren't hitting the table constantly. This thing is real comfortable in the hand. Like, no complaints about the Cardboard Slayer experience. But, you know, we saw pictures of it. The 3-inch version definitely looks like it's going to work for more people. And it should be a much easier one to sell. But I do want us to release, I do want us to do the I Really Guess So. And it's kind of like a, a poor man's cold steel. Because like that's where I started off. I started off with one, trying to modernize a knife that I love, that it's not modernized, it's not modern. And there was also that desire for something cold steel-esque, and the oversized pocket folder. But like, cold steel will use excessively thick steel on their large stuff, and it'll be you know, kind of hard to do a lot of cuts like this. And so I'm looking at that, and I'm like, no, I want a full flat grind on a 4-inch blade that's about 1.5 inches tall. So that's where that started, and then it got scaled back a little bit to make it easier to sell. But, like I said, I do want the big boy version, the I Really Guess So, in production. Oh, it will be the Lord's carry, trust me on that. I'm not well enough established to release a tip-down knife as an academic joke. Let's put it that way. You talking about the shoe slippers? Yeah, the cold steel Twistmaster belonged to my uncle before he died. That ain't for sale. Well, Brando, at least you made the cut. At least you successfully made that cut. John Jackson, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. But, like, I'm sure my uncle would get fucking pissed off at me if I turned down an unreasonably large offer for the Twistmaster, but I just... The amount of regret that'll come with that, there is a price tag on it, but it'd be way too high for an artifact such as that one. Yeah, and that was part of why we curved it to 3 inches. I might should have dialed it back to 2.9 just to skirt some more knife laws in different parts of the country. All right, folks, we'll see you in a few. No, dude, I am okay talking about it around the cabin. Trust me, I'm not. I'm not one of those people that gets angry and hypersensitive about something like this. Brando, I mean, dude, if it helps you get a better edge, man, I'm fine with it. Although, you won't need to freehand finish anything. Unless you're going for the $60 precision adjust, you're not going to have to freehand finish anything. If you get the precision adjust elite, you ain't going to have to freehand a damn thing. Except maybe freehand your stropping. And of course, in Cartersville, Georgia, the knife law is nothing that you carry can ever come from anywhere besides a gas station. As I mean, me personally, I would either go for do the whole knife, fixed angle sharpen, and then strop, or do freehand and then strop, but don't mix and match. You know, if you can't maintain your angle properly, the exact same angle that you had when you did your fixed angle, you're never going to get that edge quite right switching over to freehand. Oh yeah, no, Jin Knives, Jin. Victor V. Jason, what's up? How you doing? It's gonna be a Jin knife kit. It's gonna be a collaboration, Jin and Knives, I guess. It's gonna have both of our branding on it. About the only thing that I asked for is like have my branding on one side, their branding on the other, on the blade, and I want my logo cut out in the liners, so that if you get the clear acrylic scales, you can see my logo through the scales. Yeah, y'all hit that like button if you haven't already. Do me a favor on that one. Victor, no, we've been going for 5 hours and 54 minutes, dude. And we are right about 2.5 hours into wrecking this edge. You did miss the first sharpening. Yes, sir. This is done just like every other super steel we've done, where the factory edge crapped out in an hour and a half, just like all the rest of them. So we ended up sharpening it as early as every other super steel. Remember we looked at the fracture a while ago, dude? Yeah, don't worry, Victor. Once we finish this edge off, we will be sharpening it again. I am putting it in my box of stuff that's too nice for this channel, and it will be sharp. Unless I cannot finish this edge off and we got to do it in a second installment. I feel fairly confident I can finish this thing off tonight. KO Knives, what's up? How are you doing, man? Welcome. You starting to feel any better, my dude? Yeah, I would not advise doing the kind of dumb shit I do. I'll tell you that. Yeah, like KO actually. He asked me a while back, like, if I could design a knife for any one company, who would it be? And Jen was like, Cold Steel or Jen. Like, those are my first choices. So KO reaches out to Jen and asks about a knife design, and we've worked our way through to where it's a collaboration now. It's a collaboration because we can't afford to buy enough units to try to sell it on our own, and Jen wants the branding on it. Wait a minute, so you said you bought yourself a word egg and your dad already has a word egg, so I don't understand the logic here. We went through all that shit to get you ownership of a word egg, and you're just going to give your dad a second word egg. Yeah, like I said, I don't advise doing the kind of dumb shit I do where you're sick and you still sit down for like a 7-hour long stream like it's nothing. No, Cold Steel might not be what they used to be, but they're the kind of guys that can design, you know, the kind of designs they have are the kind of stuff that I like and the kind of stuff that I want to be able to design. Yeah, we're getting blade play. We're getting the up and down or side to side blade play here. Very noticeably. there might be just a little button that says say hi, which yeah, that's one of the things I'm not liking about this, and apparently it's a pretty common complaint with Benchmades, is you get side-to-side blade play. Which, you know, if Benchmade ever sees any of my videos, I'm pretty sure they're not going to want to work with me again, and that's fine. We do need some likes. We do indeed need some likes. Like, we're hitting 6 hours and we still haven't hit 100. 6 hours of streaming, not even 100 likes. Yes, KO, I know what blade play is. I know what lock rock is. But like, the side-to-side blade play may be a fixable issue if I can get this broken loose enough to tighten it down, but I think they used all the Loctite in the Western Hemisphere on this. So the next break we take in about a half hour, I'm going to see if I can't tighten that down. Because, I mean, if I can fix the side-to-side blade play by just tightening the pivot screw, I'm not that mad at it. No, you shouldn't have to, but shit happens. You know, shit happens. Like, lock rock, that's a oh fuck no. That's an oh fuck no right there, top to bottom. Just, you know, you can't really fix lock rock that easily. Hey, 77, fuck yeah. You know, lock rock is not something you can easily fix. Something you can fix just by tightening your pivot screw here, and I'm okay with. You know, it's a nuisance, but it's like, that's an easy fix. Bonk, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, lock rock's not an easy fix. Side-to-side blade play usually is. Lucas, thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. I really do. Joseph, we do recycle it. Yeah, Lucas, thank you for that. On this pivot, I believe it's bronze washers. Yep, Bonk, I already said hi. You don't got to spam. KO, our design's not running on bearings? I thought it was. KO, did we put our design? Did we put the I guess so on washers? All right, well, next one we do, we're going to do bearings because I know what I want out of that. It so far seems to be doing pretty much exactly the same as the Devo. Only real major difference between this and the Devo so far has been that it slices a lot easier. It was like, I thought we were doing bearings this whole time, but, you know, washers, you can get them tuned right where you can get them running smoothly. Yeah, definitely, it's a different grind. Also, thank you for the $1.99. Would you also like to pick a figure out? We should be offering up a G10. I am going to be asking for some fluorescent-ass colors alongside your normal black, probably an olive drab, something like that. And then translucent acrylic. They've already done the Gin Captain in acrylic. So I've already asked them cut my logo out on the liners, one of the liners, and then all right, Lucas, we'll do the Reaper. When you put the acrylic scales on there, you can see the logo through the scales in the liner. Reaper for Lucas. Thank you, Lucas. Denim micarta would probably wind up driving up the production cost on it. And this is, again, the end goal here ultimately is to give you a $40 knife that works well and does the things we were talking about. You know, processes cardboard really well, processes a lot of light duty cuts really well. Not a hard user. Brando, dude, thank you for the $9.99. Oh my God, holy shit. Let me guess. You want to pick the robot? If I had to guess. Brando coming through big time. I tell you what, Brando. We'll go get the Rambo knife and I'll let you take a look at it. I hope you aren't wearing any panties because you're going to need to change them. That is a Stallone autograph right there. No, you're right. The denim micarta would be awesome, and I may talk to them about doing that with a... with the I really guess so. And of course, we have got the kit with the accoutrement, the matches, the fishing line, the bandage, I believe. I'm not taking it out of here. But yeah, there you go. Rambo First Blood Part 2. And then this is number 3,675 out of 5,000. So yeah, this is the Rambo knife that Brando has been asking about forever now. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is the pride and joy of the collection right here. This is the pride and joy of the collection. I would love to have another one of these, not autographed or anything like that, as a user with good steel on it. But this sits on a rack on a shelf. Which it unironically sits in front of a picture of my uncle, because the guys in his unit called him Rambo. No, thank you, Brando. But the guys in my uncle's unit, I did, trust me. The guys in his unit called him Rambo because he did all kinds of crazy shit. He was in engineering in the Army, and they were doing some training with some other guys in a different unit. And his unit was going to be the guys that they were tracking. And so my uncle's like, they were supposed to be being tracked until they were caught. And my uncle's like, yeah, no, we're doing what I want. So he goes to the German version of Home Depot, and he gets some of those, you know, the motion sensor lights that you put on your garage. He gets some of those motion sensing lights. He replaces the bulbs with coffee cans that have got a small powder charge and paintballs in them, and wires them to batteries, and just hangs them in trees as they go along. And the guys that were tracking them, the whole squad got wiped out with that bullshit. And nah, Brando, I really, really appreciate it, man. You got no idea. You got no idea, dude. But, you know, I fully believe that happened, given the kind of shit he's taught me, like how to make an electronic tripwire out of a clothespin and a guitar pick. And things of that nature. Like, that's the kind of shit he was into. Like, his Bible was the Anarchist Cookbook and the Poor Man's James Bond. And I think the only thing that stopped him from building his own Ludi was a fucking FFL. Yeah, as much as I'd like to go through and build a Ludi, even though it would be really challenging with the tools I have, I don't really want to be dealing with the federal government for owning a fully auto firearm. I'll be honest, Brando, I thought you'd already seen it the first few times I'd shown it in the earlier live streams. I really thought you'd already seen it. It was just one of those things that I kept getting asked for again and again and again and again. And sooner or later, it's like, I don't have the energy to keep getting up, walking across the room, bringing it over there, and then going and putting it back over and over again. Yeah, I looked at stickers and it's just like, I don't have the money right now, and I don't know whether or not it's going to come out the way I want it to, just ordering them blindly online. However, the spot that made my business cards the other week. Well, no, that wasn't the one that was upstairs. The original, I saw a documentary a long time ago, but no, I said it's over on a rack on the other side of the room, and I didn't want to get it at that point in time. Because, like I said, I've been asked about it 7 million times at that point. Like, I've been asked about it so fucking much. But I don't know who made the original for the movie. I thought it might have been Bob Loveless, but I could be wrong, and I probably am. But yeah, I've got a print shop right next to my house. That can make really high quality waterproof stickers for like 80 cents a pop, which isn't terrible, especially not knowing that I can get exactly what I want and get it locally. Jimmy Lyle, that sounds much more like it. Well, no, Brando. It was a custom knife maker. I believe Jimmy Lyle is it. Are you talking about the universal holder for the Precision Adjust Professional? Because I haven't seen shit about that. No, I hadn't seen a thing about that, man. Yeah, Camillus used to be awesome. I want them to be good again so bad. And I don't even know why necessarily, outside of I got a soft spot because of the lever lock. But no. I've got a Gil Hibben folder that's really fucking cool. But yeah, maybe I did myself a favor not blowing the extra on the stone holder and the case. But again, I'm gonna talk to Work Sharp at Blade Show. Now, I will say, if I didn't know what I know about knives now, I would probably be really happy with at least one of the Camilluses that I own. Aside from the lever lock, you know, I'd be happy with them, like the Cirque or something like that. But knowing what I know about knives now, yeah, it feels like junk. It does not feel like junk to people who aren't in the weeds in this hobby. I will say that. Doesn't mean it's not junk, but it doesn't feel like junk to them. Yeah, if Kershaw would just modernize and try to keep up with all the companies showing up now, like Vosteed and Kaiser and all them, they'd be in great shape. thought the Bel Air was Kershaw's bug out. Yeah, if Kershaw would just put the assisted opening down and back away slowly. Yeah, so Camillus is in a sad way. Camillus is in a sad way. But if Kershaw would put the assisted openers and the 4CR14 down and back away slowly, I'd appreciate it. If it's got an axis lock, it's a bug out copy. If it's got an axis lock and a drop point, it's a bug out clone. Brando, I'm not going to dignify that with a response. You uncultured swine. Spears are fun. I made a spear one time. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, if I end up owning a spear, it's going to be one that I make for myself. Yeah, it sounds about like cold steel. Yeah, Joseph, I've been doing this for a little while, man. I've been doing this for a little while. Yeah, Joseph, I personally feel like I need to know what this can take before the edge is totally crapped out. That's just me. And I don't see a lot of proper thrash testing like this done on YouTube. I know some guys do it. I don't see a whole lot of it. So when it's not out there, you do it yourself. I don't know. Cedric and Ada Outdoors, they will go to some extremes to really test a knife out if they feel the need to. Trying to think if I've seen anybody else go this far with it. I don't know. You other guys in the chat, who else you know that really goes all out for testing on their knives, like going this far with it? I know Scab, Choir Boys Outdoors, he will do his testing more extreme than this, but it's spaced out over a lot of days. Oh, Wilderness, you're back. George, you've come home. Yeah, but I think we're talking about like the Ironman marathons that we do here. Just a guest, what's up? How you doing, man? I remember the nights where my ex-wife, she promised the kids I'd read like 4 or 5 books to them. Things, hey, how's it going? I'm doing good. I am doing good. Like the ex-wife would promise I'd read the kids like 3 books or something like that, and I'd already been working like 12, 13 hours that day. Bro, I promise you, I would read like the first 2 pages, skip to the last 3, and be like, wow, we read that fast, didn't we? I know Green Beetle, he has started doing some pretty destructive testing on fixed blades. You know, he'll buy these fixed blades off Amazon and stuff like that, and he'll do some pretty destructive testing on them. But he uses a Cecil rope, and he'll go through a couple of 100 cuts there. Brando, next week we're carrying the Kaiser Bagai. I've been excited for this bitch for a hot minute. I haven't looked to see how many views the flashlight video has picked up. Like I said, I figured right about the end there that little bit of comedy, a little bit of slapstick going on there that I inflicted upon myself would probably entertain you guys quite a bit. Yeah, I wanted the big guy ever since I first saw it pop up. I just kept getting distracted. And I don't even remember if I found it on sale or I just scooped it up or what. Yeah, Joe X will go through it for a knife if he needs to. You're right about that. Yeah, I'm like Joe X if Joe X wasn't pulling more tail than a slow kid at a petting zoo. No, honey, we got Joe X at home. Joe X at home. Well, you mean the Kaiser Drop Bear and the QSP Penguin? Which, yeah, QSP does not deserve that spot right now. All right, that's the end of hour number 3. That is the end of hour number 3. Just a guess, I'm not sure I'm going to leave a review on that. I'll be honest. Yeah, I can't get rid of the blade play. That's a bummer. That's going to bother me. Brando, I could. That being said, I'm not super worried about it right now. That may be for a special occasion, but later on down the road, especially if I find a really cheap Victorinox. Right now, I'm not super worried about it. Yeah, so if I find one for super cheap and I'm in the mood for it, sure. Don't know when or if that'll be. Yeah, because I've done a bullshit Swiss Army knockoff, and that lasted 20 minutes. All right. We got a 643 at the worst spot. No, like it hasn't been performing like I thought either. That's more like it. Yeah, definitely hit that like button, guys. We're at 80. We're 20 away from 100. We can do 100 tonight. I know we can. Okay, so we'll give it another 4 minutes. Yeah, that 648 looked a little suspect. It just we just wrote the number down, man. We got like a 538 or something like that. The number's written down, so when I do the video after this, I'll be able to give you the information then. But it was like 530 something on the worst spot, which is what looks right. Yeah, like I said it's weird. Like D2 is hanging neck and neck with so many super steels, at least with the testing that we're doing. But that may also be the carbide stuff like that. I don't know. 538. 538. Oh man. You know, I kind of regret starting at 2:30 in the afternoon because we're 6 hours and 42 minutes into the stream, but at least I cleared the extra time to get some work done. This may end up being a separate session. We may end up having to do a second cardboard slayer session on this. Yeah, like I said, it's a little weird. It's a little weird. And it seems like the D2 can get real close to the HRC on like the S90V. I'm seeing like 62 no, the Hogue Deca and Magna Cut dethrone the dropout. Thank you very much. Like the S90V that I've seen, 62 HRC plus or minus one, usually minus one, with Emerald White. What's up? How you doing, man? But yeah, so like you get up towards 60 HRC with the D2 and you get towards 61 HRC with the S90V. Then you start seeing where you get similar results on edge retention apparently. Yeah, I am looking forward to testing out 154 CM again. I am looking forward to testing out 154 CM some more. The question is, do I have another hour in me of cutting tonight, or do we break it up into a separate session? No, we're going to go for another hour. We got till midnight. We got till midnight. We got another 3 hours left. Let's party. Yeah, so I'm thinking part of what you're getting is and see if the edge cups. Yeah, I'm not batoning anything right now, dude. But yeah, it seems like if you get the HRCs pretty well lined up, like a 60-ish HRC D2 will go for 4 hours on a factory edge, about 5 hours on a brand new edge. And then S90V is done like 5 hours. The LMAX did about 5 hours. So it seems like if you get the HRCs really close on those guys, then you will end up with borderline identical edge retention testing results. Joseph, I'm Eastern Standard Time, brother. It's 9:17 where I'm at. Yeah, what's up with the blade steels, KO? Because I know we had already talked about doing a 9CR18 on the I guess so. Yeah, I don't really like it when a steel gets the better of me. I don't like it when a steel lasts longer than I can. KO, shoot me a message on Instagram. Let me know the options they have. I am curious now. I want to know. I want to know what options are. I'm going to ask about the Damascus and the S35VN, because I'd love to see an S35VN blade. No, but I tell you what would be really cool, and I would absolutely love, is if we could do a design in Magna Cut for about $75. That would be fucking amazing. So yeah, Jen offers what I'm going to assume is VG10 core Damascus, if I had to venture a guess. Which, that's again, if the I Guess So does well, I'm going to be talking to him about that. Like, KO knows more than I do about it, but I am going to ask. No, but VG10 core is okay. Depending on whether or not it affects the price that much, it'd be really cool to, like, for the second run on the I Guess So, if it sells well enough, you know, offer a VG10 core Damascus. Just to have an offering. Like, I'm a... All right, Joseph. Merry egg event. We'll see you later. But, yeah, did they say, like, what kind of costs they're looking at? Well, I just talked to you and them on Instagram. This is what we'll do. Yeah, I'm hoping when we get to the Ontario Rat 1.5, that Magna Cut is closer to 63 HRC. I don't think the Deca had its full potential unlocked. I'll be honest. I want the second data point on it, and I want to be able to tell whether or not the I want to be able to tell whether or not MagnaCut's good going forward. I got the Damascus aluminum with the shredded carbon fiber and copper flakes. God damn, that thing's beautiful. Yeah, the only problem I have with the Copper Flake Damascus is that high gloss finish on the scales means I am fucking terrified of dropping it. Like, I am fucking terrified of dropping that bitch. Well, I mean, if I really wanted to have the Rockwells tested, I could send them to Apex Alchemy. However, that's a lot of extra steps I don't want. If the channel income picks up enough, I do want to pick up my own HRC tester, which I can do for like $1,200-1,500. But that's going to have to be a noticeable uptick in income to be able to do that and have some money to run the rest of the channel. Because trust me, my imagination's already running wild with how much better the content I can make with an HRC tester would be. I said, Lucas, I'm just gonna wait and save up for my own, dude. It's kind of the reason I don't want people sending me stuff that they want back is I don't want the hassle of shipping shit around unless I'm absolutely forced to. And I'd rather have the footage of me doing that on my video. Darkson VR, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, it's just, you know, you include the HRC with the Cardboard Slayer run and everything else that I'm doing with these things, and you get a really fucking comprehensive review. Ah, dude, I'm doing great, man. I am doing great. Well, here's the thing. If I use it for the channel, I can write it off on my taxes next year. Hey, we got another birthday again. I said I gotta make that bingo card. I gotta make that bingo card. Yeah, once Blade Show is over. Darkson, you okay, man? You seem like you're struggling just a little bit there. But after Blade Show, that may be the channel goal, is see how quickly we can get a an HRC tester brought in. I see where CBRX actually has his edge tester, or his HRC tester now. I just saw it in the thumbnail of a video, which good on him for doing that. You know, I still think he copped out a little bit, saying it was for entertainment purposes only. You know, like that's not a bad that's not a good look. But at least he fixed the problem. There's an HRC tester that's like $1,200-$1,500 somewhere in that window. But I think that's about as cheap as they get, and they're still good. Like, I've seen portable HRC testers where you screw something in and all that, but Kyle, heck, what's up, dude? Holy shit. Holy fucking piss lemons. How are you doing, man? Well, no, he got COVID-19 and he just sits around making crow noises now. Well, no, the $1,200 to $1,500 unit is way cheaper. All right, Lucas, have a good night, brother. We will see you later. Yeah, Kyle, you came in you came in and live stream's already 7 hours old. Yeah, one thing I've learned the hard way is I got to be more careful with everything, because like the Blade Show fund would have been a lot larger, but I nickel and dime myself to death buying toys for the channel basically instead of saving up for Blade Show. So if we're saving up for something big like that, we really, really have to be careful with what we're spending and how we're spending it. And then I also have to have money put back for Blade Show next year. So it's kind of a never-ending cycle. Oh, nice, Kyle. Well, right now, the money coming into the channel isn't quite enough to help pay bills. It's like enough to fund the channel itself. You know, if I wasn't aggressively putting every single penny that came in back for Blade Show, then it would be going for other stuff for the channel. Kyle, God knows how long you're going to be at it. Better you than me. Yeah, I think this is going to end up being a second session. I am kind of out of steam now. I am kind of out of steam. Oh my God. We're still going to hang out and shoot the shit for a little bit. You know what? You know what we can do is we can go out to the garage. I don't have any more cardboard in me right now. Damn nice, Brando. Damn nice. Yeah, wrench binge. Wrench binge. Yeah, so you guys, the camera's about to get covered up while we go to the garage, so bear with me. But we're going to the garage for a while. I can't cut any more cardboard. All right, KO, we'll see you in a little bit, man, or we'll see you on the next one. We'll see you on the next one. Just keep me in the loop on Instagram. What's going on?
Garage door.
Okay, now we are back in business. But yeah, some carbide wood turning tools finally. Let's see, do I have anything good in here? Yes, the garage door does indeed speak The alarm system. It'll tell us front door, garage door, or whatever door. Matter of fact, I need to close that door. I got a better idea. Hang on, guys. Oh, dude, I don't blame you. Like, you guys have been doing a great job helping me get set up for Blade Show. Between that and throwing some of my own money in there, I should be able to really enjoy Blade Show. Yeah, I don't have any more cardboard cutting left in me. I don't have any more cardboard left in me, but we're still going to do something for the next few hours. Flippy floppies in the shoppy, yes. So let me show you why I wanted to do this one so bad. It's got a beautiful glow to it. But so far, this thing has been impossible to turn. I do have a shop vac, however, you guys wouldn't be able to hear shit over it. I just clean every once in a while. But again, right now, y'all wouldn't be able to hear shit. Y'all wouldn't be able to hear shit that I'm saying over that thing. I think we're still kicking the little plastic pellets out of here. Then again. Evil Twin, what's up? How you doing, man? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about with a reverse egg, my dude. Nope. I think the resin needs another day or so to cure. Yeah, resin needs a lot more time to cure out. It's way too fucking soft for this shit. It's getting better. We almost had it. All right, Jacob, we'll see you later, man. Have a good one. Brando's talking about doing an hourglass shape. He didn't have the word. You know what, just for you guys, we're going to do a cardboard slayer bead. We're going to do a cardboard slayer bead. Yeah, the resin's way too soft on that little glow-in-the-dark bead I was working on. I thought I'd given it enough time to cure out, but apparently not. And these cardboard slayer beads take some prep work. I haven't worked the foils in. That being said, you got to really, really know what you're doing with the resin to keep them floating in there, because they will just straight up sink to the bottom. And I just loaded this up with a super glue right here to try to get the cardboard matrixed in place. Let me go get the brass rod of judgment for this. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think as soft as that resin is, it's just not holding on to those little rocks well enough for them not to come flying out right now. It's a lot better than it was, but it ain't there yet. All right. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I do want to I do want to start making knives again, but with the kind of time I don't have right now, that's kind of out of the cards. Yeah, Matisfaction will make literally everybody a mod too, and I don't fully get that. Yeah, like I'm not sure I quite understand making literally every single person in there a mod. Just because it's like you got too many people that'll be total dickheads and just start timing people out for no reason and being a complete asshole. Well, Punisher, you and Fook were like the first people that were really here on a consistent, regular basis, and y'all established yourselves to be very trustworthy. And then, you know, a little bit of time passed, and I got the moderators that I know and I trust. I don't really need more moderators. That's like Weldon Carey. He was making people moderators left and right, and he didn't hit me. And I'm sitting there going, should I do the can I be a moderator thing? Kyle, what the hell? I thought you already were a moderator. I'll be damned. Oh, this is going to be badass, you guys. Got a few voids to fill, but this is going to be badass. So this is what I'm talking about. I got little tiny voids right here that I've got to fill. But those of you that have been watching these for a little while, did you notice how much easier that was? How much easier and faster that was, and I didn't have to go sharpen that tool 3 fucking times. So Evil Twin, yeah. So the mini Bedlam did good on Slayer so far, but I ran out of steam. We are at 7 hours and 25 minutes on the live stream. We're going into a second session with that. We're currently not past what D2 can handle. We should be getting minimum 5 hours out of it, and we've done 3 so far. So it's doing pretty well. Like, it's doing pretty well. Yeah, so the Bedlam did the same thing every other super steel we've tested so far has done. The factory edge crapped out in an hour and a half. I don't know why they do that, but it crapped out in an hour and a half. So we went back in on a new edge, and we're 3 hours in on the new edge. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's working a shit ton better, and on top of that, you know, it's Temu. This is from Temu. I couldn't begin to guess what the degrees per side from the factory was, man. I'm never good at guessing that stuff. I wish they listed on the fucking specs. That'd be nice. Matt, what's going on? Yeah, I ran out of steam, dude. I could not cut any more cardboard. Like, we were at about 5 hours of cardboard cutting, and I just couldn't do it anymore. The joys of Dollar Tree sandpaper. Right, Brando, you going on me? Oh, yeah, you ain't kidding, man. All right, do what you got to do, brother. I'm sure we'll see you in a little bit here. Alicia, yeah, I'm still up. It is only 10 o'clock right now. It's just I could not cut any more cardboard. I finally ran out of cardboard cutting ability. Brando, I assume I'll be here in about an hour. If you want to give it another second here, we can get an up close and personal shot of the cardboard slayer bead for you, though. Yeah, I kind of thought I'd give myself enough time to actually finish off the S90V, but no. All right. Here is the... So you can see the little white specks in there. The little white specks are where bubbles are. Little tiny bubbles in the resin. All right, Punisher. We will see you later. If not tonight, then on the next one. But so Alicia, we've got some Alumilite resin and cardboard from Cardboard Slayer. That is cardboard that was used on a Cardboard Slayer live stream. Which that was Fuchs' idea. The next live stream should be next Friday. Should be next Friday. Marcus Jones, what's up? How you doing? Oh, nice, Kyle. Nice. Yeah, we are sending prayers for your mom. Sorry, I lose track of stuff like that if you give me enough time. My brain's just like, that no longer exists. So yeah, I hope your mom does good. All right, Alicia, you get you some rest. We're just screwing around in the shop, nothing crazy. This is, dude. Like, that's all leavings from turning resin. Tucker, what's up? How you doing, man? What the hell, Brando? So it's like this something you have in your dad now, or has he been dealing with this for a while and you're just bringing it up? Ennis, what's up? How you doing, man? Well, no, I'm saying, did your dad just go into heart failure and you're here with us, or like this has been something he's been dealing with for a while and there's not an immediate emergency mergery? Oh, I'm brain dead right now. Are you drunk, Ennis? That's what I'm saying. So you're dealing with this right now? Okay, so it's like it sounded like you were like on the way to the hospital right now because he's having an emergency. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing with us, man? Whew, you scared me there, man. Don't do me like that. So we're doing the hourglass shape you wanted. My tools will let me do this now. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Brando. You know a lot more than I do. Like that just sounds scary. It sounds like his heart is failing him right this second, and you're supposed to be at the hospital when you say that. Okay, so what you were saying you had to go on was you were driving to your dad's house. Is what was happening then? Because like I said, you sounded like it was an emergency happening right now, and you needed to be at the hospital. I'm just trying to piece together what's happening here. I hear that a lot. Like, there was one stream I found, all right? This guy was combing his hair with a giant comb. Okay. Okay, I got lost there. But this guy has got a giant comb. He is combing his hair nonstop. He is holding a giant novelty pencil like a telephone. He has got a toilet seat around his neck with fake shit glued to it all the way around, and he's singing random gibberish. That's all he's doing nonstop for like 20, 30, 40 minutes at a time. Then he stops and chastises the trolls, and then he starts back up again. Oh, you know that guy, Kyle? You've seen that guy? My favorite is there's this dude dressed up like an even scarier version of D. Snyder back in the day. And like he's got a microphone, all this shit, fucking insane face paint going on, full on drag queen face paint. And he's just going on with these like positive motivational deals. It's like, I don't understand what's happening here, but I appreciate you for doing it, my dude. Like, it's like, this is so bizarre, I can't not appreciate it. Okay, yeah. I was worried I was the only one that was ever going to know what I was talking about. Toilet singing chubby guy isn't real. He can't hurt you. Like, you got to imagine, like, him trying to explain live streams to coworkers, because I have a hard enough time explaining what I'm doing as it is. I am a goddamn motherfucking cowboy. My mama was a cow and my daddy was a cow and my mama was a boy. I am a goddamn motherfucking cowboy. My daddy was a cow and my mama was a boy. But yeah, that guy tripped me the fuck out. It's like, again, just imagine him trying to explain what he does on live streams to people he doesn't imagine he avoids it at all costs. Brother, I've not cut any more cardboard to save my damn life, man. I burned the fuck out. Me and Kyle both saw the same guy singing with a toilet around his neck. Okay. Brando, hopefully this makes you happy. Trying to get some good solid light on this, but it's really hard. We gonna do some black light turning. You know, Wilderness, that's probably not a bad idea. Not gonna lie. Kyle, you might not be wrong. Robert Ramsey, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Shit. If you guys want to get up close and personal of what we're working with here, I've got to try to save this thing now. So right now, I've got some pretty deep holes in here. I'm trying to save by backfilling them with super glue. Okay, I think I may have saved this thing. However, it's going to be a few minutes before I can continue turning it. I got to let the super glue in the middle finish drying out. This is where I have some UV resin coming in, so I can use UV resin to do this instead of super glue, which is way easier to handle. Oh, and in case you guys didn't know, Viva paper towels are blacklight reactive. Oh, damn, Brando, nice. I think I might be able to rescue this with sandpaper. Oh, but I bet none of those socks are in a tree, Brando. I don't know. My thing is that horses, can kick when they're spooked, and I don't necessarily trust that I don't trust that I'm not going to be ignorant of something important and walk behind a horse and spook it on accident and get killed or worse. I'm just saying it'd be a lot cooler if they were. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like I said, I'm going to do something absent-minded and walk behind a horse or something like that and get the shit kicked out of me, and that's going to be it. Game over, man. Like, it's going to be one of those fucking tourist-ass deaths. All right, so but that's what that looks like, and then you turn the lights on. You got kind of a mottled green color. This one's definitely a blim. Oh, Fook, you came in on. Have you not seen the black light turning before? Like I said, I know just enough to know that I would probably be a hazard to myself for a while. Well, don't worry, Fook. We got one more black light we can do. Oh, Kyle, dude, do you not have a charger? See, this is why I have chargers kind of placed throughout the house with cords already on them so that I don't have to deal with that. Yeah, I believe this will be the last one we do, and then I'm gonna wrap it up for the night because I gotta go lay down and I gotta eat something. I am starting to get shaky as hell. Yeah, I mean the stream is over 8 hours long now. Oh yes, sir, Brando. Thank you, man. Like, thank y'all for being here. God knows, 8 hours is one hell of a long live stream. Yeah, I think we need the lights on for this, unfortunately. Which is okay. If I'm not mistaken, Punz is probably still dealing with stuff on his end and probably not in here, if I had to guess. If anyone has any profound thoughts before we wrap this up for the night, now is the time. Yeah, we are all here for each other. Like, that is one thing we do have. All right, Fook. Yeah, hopefully he's handling everything all right. Oh my God. Yeah, I am so tired, guys. I'm starting to fall apart at the fucking seams. I think the next one I'm going to do is going to start at the normal 5 o'clock. Depending on what's going on Sunday, I may be back on Sunday just to finish off that S90V. I'm not sure yet. I'll know more sometime tomorrow afternoon. The wife has some friends that she is absolutely dying for me to meet. They want to meet me. We haven't had a chance to. Shit just hasn't worked out. So we're going to take the opportunity Sunday if we can. And I don't know if they want to go out and eat in the afternoon or at night.
Jay.
Oh, Jay, what's up? You're coming in right as the stream is coming to a close, dude. We got about 5-6 minutes left and then we are done. Stream is almost 8.5 hours old now. The S90V, we didn't finish it off. Like every super steel we've done so far, the factory edge lasted about an hour and a half. And then we sharpened it, and we're about 3 hours in on the new edge, which isn't too shabby. But I feel like we still got a long way to go. Yeah, you can kind of see there, we got some glow on that. So yeah, like round 2 is pending. But yeah, I think, yeah, we are going to cut this. I'm going to dust myself off and head upstairs. I'm going to acquire food, and then I'm going to lay down. There is going to be a part 2. We might be doing part 2 on Sunday. I don't know yet. I will know more tomorrow afternoon. Just keep an eye on the community post. If I remember, I will post something there about it. But I think this is where I'm going to wrap it up, guys. I am going to go become completely fucking inert. All right. Yep. See y'all later. Appreciate you being here. I'm signing out.